Hello and welcome to ZaranTech's expert training on SAP Advanced Track and Trace for Pharmaceuticals. In this course, you will learn how ATTP enables end-to-end supply chain visibility and automation for pharma companies. We will demonstrate key capabilities like serialization for unit-level traceability, aggregation and inference for bundles and pallets, verification of product authenticity, and integration with IoT for supply chain transparency. By the end of this ZaranTech training, you will understand how to leverage SAP ATTP for regulatory compliance, brand protection, effective recalls, and improving patient safety. You will be equipped to manage product trace data, analytics, and alarms to respond rapidly to supply chain incidents. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now, let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Overview of pharma supply chain. 2. Need for serialization, track and tracing. 3. Overview of serialization standard, GS1 standards. 4. SAP ATTP master data. 5. ATTP serial number management. 6. ATTP repository browser. 7. SAP ATTP serial number management. Let's dive in.
So I think since we have many of you are working in right? So you guys are aware of pharma of term called supply chain. So this is a very generic supply chain which I have shown here. There are many scenarios in the supply chain itself, but we will see very simple supply chain scenario here. So as picture suggests, right, a raw material procurement, then manufacturing taken place, and finished products are produced. Then we have packaging activities at packaging line, and then products are stored at warehouse. And then we have dispatch to wholesaler, distributor, then pharmacy, and then patient. So let's go one by one. So raw materials are procured from vendors and suppliers, and then in the plant, products are manufactured, developed, and products, once it is manufactured, then they are known as finished products. These finished products then move to plant's packaging lines for packing operations, and the product serialization takes place at this packaging line. So let's say if you are working in material management, so procurement is the thing. That is the point in the supply chain. If you are working in sales and distribution, then dispatch is the point, in the supply chain. So similarly, for serialization, it takes place at packaging line. And another point I would like to emphasize is serialization is for finished products. Nowadays, we also have a module which covers the serialization of, let's say, unfinished or raw materials, but that is not part of ATTP. So under ATTP, we will have a finished product serialization. So once the products are manufacturing is completed, it moves to the storage and distribution part, and these serialized products are moved to internal warehouse or etc. And from storage facility, it moves to distributors, wholesalers, or 3PLs, or then eventually end customers and pharmacy. So now the question arises, like, why we need serialization, track and trace. So before that, like, serialization is not like need. Of course, it strengthens the supply chain, okay, but it is more of an impose from government authorities. You guys, some of you who have little bit knowledge about ATTP, you have heard about regulations like US DSA regulation and Europe EU Hub regulations. So countries, authorities are imposing serialization, track and trace on pharma companies, and that's why the pharma companies are approaching to look at the serialization softwares and serialization solutions. So at ATTP is SAP serialization solution. We have other solutions from other than SAP. So the important thing is that why government of many countries are imposing the serialization, track and trace. So the first thing is a product counterfeiting in pharma industry. So basically, the counterfeiting is nothing but duplicate products. So let's say many big pharma companies like Pfizer, Novartis, these companies create products, drugs, and once this drug comes into the market, many small players they kind of copy the drug, and because they are small players, they cannot use the same kind of components which are costly to them. So they try to manipulate the product, but they use the same logo and packaging, and therefore it is a serious threat to the company as well as to the patient. So with serialization, the first goal is to understand and to identify the original manufacturer who is developing this product, and manufacturer it is requested from manufacturer that whenever they produce these drugs, they inform the national authority. Like if the product is sold to India, they are supposed to inform Indian regulatory body that these are my products and I am responsible only for these products. If something happens other than this, then if things come to me, then I will not be responsible. So in this way, basically, customer safety, the patient's safety is also, and manufacturing organizations can also save themselves from product counterfeiting. The second thing is identification of right medicine. So there are many serious disease like cancers, and for that matter, we have very sensitive drugs. So if these drugs are not sent to the intended market, but they are misplaced, then there are some serious threats on patients. So with serialization and track and trace, we can efficiently track the particular product, and therefore we can make sure that this particular product reach out to this particular market. And the third thing is the transparency across supply chain. So we already saw the basic structure of pharma supply chain. So product is not directly being sold to our market. It is manufactured at a plant, and then distributor comes into picture, and then maybe other small things, warehouses, and then it goes to particular customer. So in this case, let's say the product manufactured, but then it goes to the other let's say warehouse, and the product is deteriorated or something happened, it is manipulated, and then it moves to the next stakeholder. So by tracking and tracing, we understand that okay, this particular product is destroyed or it is manipulated at this particular facility or this stakeholder in the supply chain. In this way, the transparency can be. So these are some points for which it shows the importance of serialization, track and trace. Okay, so now the question is, what is serialization or what is tracking and tracing? Uh, Guys, if you have any idea what is serialization, when we say serialization, what comes into your mind? Any guesses? Take a simple example of our laptop. In your company, every laptop or every desktop has a code assigned. With that code, it is trackable, traceable. Okay, so which resource is associated with which computer, that can be easily understood. So now let's come to the first term called serialization. So as I think people say it, right, it is basically to assign a number, or the other guys are also, they have said that unique serial number. So that's it. That is serialization. Very high level answer. So here, serial number management itself is little complex compared to other industries. Okay, in SAP ERP side, I only am aware of EAN number, but here you will see we have so many identifiers. We have a traceability from for each particular location, for each particular point in the supply chain. We can have a data sharing from data sharing means serialized products. I am referring to, so that we can share to country authorities as well as to the other supply chain partners. So these so many these kind of functionalities which create, which point out ATTP as a unique for serialization track and trace. And for your information, we have also used ATTP in other industries for tracking and tracing. And nowadays, SAP has also introduced a new module for non-pharma industry. It is a complete copy of ATTP. It is called corporate serialization. So slowly, when I will cover the sessions, you will realize that what is the difference. So yeah, come to this slide. What is serialization, tracking, and tracing? So here I have shown one picture to you guys. Okay, so in any, I think in particular pharma, if I'm talking about, we have hierarchy. Like there is an item, then group of item which is known as bundle. Then these bundles are packed into one case of carton, and then all these cartons are packed into the pallet. More or less, many other industries are also using the same kind of hierarchy. But in pharma, we can see item, bundle, case, pallet. Sometimes items are directly packed to case. That is also possible. So when we say item, just keep in mind it's a stripe of medicine, or let's say one bottle. Okay, let's say cough syrup or Covaxin bottle. Let's say. So you can see that unit level of serialization. So each type of medicine or each bottle is having a barcode. Now, when products are grouped together, these bundles will also have a unique barcode. Then these bundles are packed into case, and that case is also having a unique barcode. And then each pallet is also having a unique barcode. So in this manner, and since medicine is just one, so it's one material, but we have 4 units of measure, and each unit of measure is having a unique serial number. In this manner, we can say that serialization is nothing but providing a unique identifier at each unit of level measure, not at material level, but each unit of measure level. It depends. I mean, let's say one material. Okay, if one material in a standard or ST also, you have seen that each and then carton, okay, then master case. So when we say unit of measure, so it is basically material is the same, but that the same material can have a different unit of measure. Okay, so let's say in the example of bundle. Okay, so these these products are grouped into a bundle. Okay, but the material inside it is the same. Yeah, and then let's say all these bundles are having the same material, but they are grouped together in a case. Yeah. So case itself is a unit of measure. Bundle itself is a unit of measure, like that. So as I already mentioned, serialization means providing a unique serial number to each component involved in the hierarchy, like as hierarchy as I have mentioned. Um, these numbers are converted into barcodes and fixed on each boxes. Like so. Okay. So now you can see this barcode. When a scanner scans this barcode, this kind of string is this is the outcome of this is the reading from the scanner, and this string then it has a different information. Okay, so it has a 4 components here. So this is the information. Whenever we scan it, we will get it. Now each of these particular data point denotes different information. For example, who is the owner of this medicine, at which point this medicine was manufactured, etc., etc. So basically, serialization is nothing but the generating these numbers. Okay, I will explain each of this component in coming slide. Now, tracking and tracing. So to understand this is very simple. We know what is tracking and tracing, right? So here, tracking means like understanding the flow of the product movement, forward movement, basically. So let's say the drug is manufactured at plant, okay, and it is moving to packaging lines and then storage location, warehouse, and then dispatch. This is a forward movement. Now let's say the product is reached to a pharmacy and somebody complained that this I am having some reaction to this particular medicine. So we want to know that medicine was owned by which manufacturer. So then comes a traceability, the reverse or backward movement. So one important thing which I have mentioned is this GLN. Okay, so GLN-A, GLN-B, GLN-C, GLN. This is nothing but a unique identifier provided to particular facility. Okay, so tracking involves a monitoring of this forward movement of the product by uniquely identifying the facilities, plant, warehouse, business entities. Because if I want to track a product, I should know each facility uniquely. I cannot say that this is a plant XYZ. I should have some identifier through which I know that okay, this is particular plant, this is a particular packaging line. So we have a identifier for that as well. And similarly, tracing is involving the monitoring of the backward flow of the product, the supply chain. So that's why my next slide is a GS1 standards. Okay. So as you correctly point out, is that serial number, let's say as an industry, okay, when I say industry, it includes plant, packaging lines, warehouses, 3PLs, like third-party logistics, distributors, everybody. So if as an industry, I want to run the serialization, then we should have a common rules and regulation and common understanding. Then only it will run. Otherwise, it will not work. Okay. So serial number, some basic concepts are, first of all, serial number can only be applied from the manufacturer. If I am producing medicine, I will uh, I will procure the serial number, I will manufacture the serial number, and I will fix that on the product. A distributor cannot produce or fix the serial number. Serial number denotes the owner of that medicine. So only the manufacturer can apply that. Okay. And then when the product is moved from one facility to another facility, uh, the tracking means this particular product is shipped from plant A and to the plant B, and at the plant B it is received. So in standard ERP also we have post could issue and post could receive, correct? So this is the very basic and in layman terms example that post could issue means which means the product is moved from your facility. When you say PGR, that means it is received. So similarly, these are not the two only events. We have so many events like destroying, then reactivating the product and many things. So all these things comes together in a tracking. When a product is moved to, let's say, a warehouse and unpacking happens, okay, unpacking happens, let's say pallet is a top level of material, so it gets destroyed in the journey of dispatch and so remove the pallet. We have a new packaging material, and then all the products are packed into that pallet. So now comes to the serial number. So for that, another serial number request is raised to that particular stakeholder to the manufacturer that please provide me the serial number. Manufacturer is the one who will provide the serial number. Okay. And the thing which you said, only the top level packaging material will have a different serial number which can be destroyed, but the actual items, let's say medicine or Sprite, that have only one serial number provided by manufacturer at packaging line. You cannot have your barcode which will be removed at another barcode. If you do that, then there is no point of serialization. So only the top level SSC which we say or pallet. The pallet will be for that only the serial number can vary, and that I will show you how it is actually happening. So here I have mentioned this GS1 standard. Okay, so GS1 is a organization, non-profit organization, and GS1 is involved in preparing serialization standards. And together, pharma industry, I mean, not everybody, but major pharma companies, they have agreed that use GS1. So in this way, an ATTP system only understands the GS1 standard. So if you are randomly giving something, then it will not be acceptable by ATTP itself. So in this manner, I think I have answered your question, right? So first of all, standards. What is the meaning of standards? So as I said that there has to be some set of rules and guidelines which has to be similar or same across the different stakeholders in industry. Okay, and these standards are nothing but basically a common definition of data formats to exchange the information, common types of interfaces, etc. Serialization standards, these are unique identifiers and data exchange methods which commonly used in pharma industry. So because in the previous slide I mentioned that GLN, okay, what is GLN? That I will cover in the next slide, but that is one identifier. So when I say identifier, it has to be unique. So what component it should be having. So all those things need certain rules and regulations. If I say the serial number, so maybe the serial number can be numeric, alphanumeric, etc., etc. So these are some set of rules, and for that we use GS1 identity, so GS1 standards. So I have given some info about the GS1 organization. I think you guys can go through it. It's not important, but good to know. So yeah, like more than 70 countries have pharma regulation where GS1 standards are used. And it is in this particular industry from 2005 onwards. So this is something we should know, and it is the important slide from ATTP perspective. So these are the list of important GS1 standards, and these are not the only GS1 standards, but from ATTP specific, these are the one which we should know. So the first one is global company prefix. So let's start with the first GS1 standard, which is global company prefix. So by as name suggests, like it is a company prefix. Okay, so it is nothing but an identifier for company. So in the pharma supply chain, there are many you know many stakeholders associated, like manufacturer, distributor, etc. So each stakeholder is nothing but a unique company. So when I say global company prefix is nothing but an identifier for a company, and GCP is nothing but a digit, a number having minimum of 6 digits, and it can go up to 11 digits. And this GCP is a prerequisite for other GS1 standards, other GS1 identifiers. We will go step by step to understand how. Here, GS1 company prefix, I have explained the overall design of how the company prefix is created. Okay, so I was just explaining this company prefix. Okay, so as I said, that each pharma stakeholder is nothing but a company, like manufacturer, distributor, etc. And we have to identify each company uniquely. And to do that, we have this particular thing called global company prefix. Now, this company prefix is, as I said, it's a minimum of 6 digits, and it can go up to 11 digits. Let's move to the next slide. Yeah. So this is something known as a global trade item number. Okay. Now, as I said, in the first or second slide, we have that hierarchy. Okay. And when I said that each unit of measure is serialized. So global trade item number is a unique identifier which is provided at each unit of measure. So let's say bundle is having a unique GTIN, global trade item number. Case is having a unique GTIN, etc., etc. Global trade item number is having a 14 digit and is associated with each unit of measure. One product or one material can have different GTINs. In fact, two different materials can also have same GTIN, provided that other serialization attributes are same. Okay, so I think we were discussing on global trade item number. So as I said, that for each unit of measure, we have a unique global trade item number. And this is the structure of global trade item number. So it is having 14 digits. Now, you can see that I have given color code for specific digits. Okay. So the yellow one are nothing but the global company prefix. So as I mentioned that global company prefix can have 6 digits minimum, or it can go up to 11 digits. In this example, I have given example of 7-digit global company prefix. So then we have these 5 numbers, which are number or product number. The last is a check digit. Yeah. So D1 is a packaging level. This D2 to D8 are global company prefix. Then we have product number and we have check digit. Kind of scenarios happen when, let's say, in one client you have multiple ERP systems. So in that case, let's say you have two different ECC systems. Then in both the system you have a different material number, but it is just for identification. Like XYZ is the number in your ERP1, and XYZW is the number in ERP2. In such kind of scenarios, serialization is because material number is your own. Okay, it is not standardized. It is your own number. So in that case, ATTP allows in such scenario where you have a different material number, but both are referring to the same particular product. This kind of thing only happens when you have multiple ERP systems. So in that case, yes, GTIN can be common, but attributes which we will discuss sessions, those should be the same. So in general, product is the only one. Okay, maybe different numbers in different ERP systems. So in that case, in ATTP system, ATTP will create a variant. Okay, so GTIN A is associated with material A and material B, but the so in that case, in ATTP, it will create a variant. So ATTP only understands GS1 standard. So GTIN is a GS1 standard. Okay, and material number is your own number. So even though there are two different material numbers, those are denoting the same product. Okay. So in that case, this scenario is possible. Later on, will also provide us example on how actually it is happening. So for now, just keep it here, because I have mentioned like all other attribute has to be the same. So we will understand what all attributes we are talking about. So and the next thing is global location number. So in previous slides, we have seen one particular image where we have GLN A, GLN B, something mentioned. So that GLN is nothing but your global location number. This is a unique number provided to each your plant, your warehouses, as well as the business legal entities. So in this way, each particular product, each particular supply chain entity is identified uniquely. So global location number is a 13-digit number, and it is assigned to location as well as business entity. And physical locations like plant, storage, location, warehouse, etc. can be identified. So here I have mentioned the structure of global location number. So again, from D1 to D7 is a global company prefix. Then these 5 numbers are your plant number or anything, and the last one is a check digit. When we say check digit, you can see this check digit in global trade item number as well as in global location number. This is nothing but electronically identified number. This is calculated inside the system just for a uniqueness purpose. So you can see D1 to D7 is a global company prefix, then location reference and the check digit. So for every business partner, like let's say you have a vendor and you have a customer. So for every and you have your own organization. So you will have a global location number for all these 3 entities. Similarly, you have plants. Okay, let's say in your organization you have one business entity and you have 4 plants. So you will have 5 global location numbers. Okay, GLN for each plant and GLN for your organization. So in this way, uh, each entity will be identified uniquely. So now in global location number as well as global trade item number, the common thing is a company prefix. So you can see that through each number, you can identify your organization or which particular company owns this location and these entities. So this is, the primary kind of traceability. So from this identifier itself, the tracking and tracing starts. And this is a website, I have mentioned it. So this is just to understand, to know the check digit, okay, which I have just mentioned. So global location number is a 13-digit number. So if you provide the 12 digits, then this link can calculate a check digit for you. This is just for testing purpose, okay. You're in production, you guys are not doing check digit calculation or anything. The numbers are provided by GS1 standard. So in our hands-on session, I will also show you how check digit calculation works. Yeah. The third element is a serialized shipping container code or serial shipping container code, SSCC. So in the hierarchy, the top level box is known as a pallet, and that is nothing but your SSCC. So that pallet is having 18 digits, and the structure of these 18 digits are like this. So again, here from D2 to D8, we have a global company prefix. Then we have serial number, and then the last digit is a check digit. And D1 is the extension digit, which is nothing but the first digit of the serial number. So your serial number would be, let's say, D1, D9, D10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. And this D2 to D8 is your global company prefix, and the last one is the check digit. So let's say, let me go back to, let's say, trade item. Okay. Now, let's say I have taken example of 7-digit GCP. Now, let's say in my company, I have around, let's say, 10, 12 products, and for that I don't need more GTINs. Okay, I need some 10 GTINs. So in that case, combinations, I 5 to 10 GTINs are required. Okay, so what I will do is I will ask GS1 that provide me a sufficient GCP so that I can create different versions. Okay, so if GS1 provides me 7-digit GCP, then effective numbers I will have is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I can create JITIN, or let's say GS1 can provide us the JITIN only up to these variations or permutation and combinations. But let's say I have a huge amount of materials, then I need some more some more digits apart from the global company prefix, so that I can produce more variants, okay, or more global trade item numbers. Okay, let's say I
Okay.
have 1,000 materials. I have 1,000 material. So I need 1,000 GTINs, each unique. So in that case, I need a small GCP. So for smaller GCP, GS1 charges high amount, and for the long GCP, it will charge a low amount. The same goes for other, because this material number, okay, this material number is your own entity. So it's fine. Let's say you have only 10 materials. You don't want small GCP. You don't want to pay more. You ask GS1 that provide me the 9-digit GCP. So you have only 3 digit left. You can put any number here. So it's not like that you need your own material number should be there. So these are the free digits. If it fits to your material number, you can mention it, or anything is fine. The important thing, it should be sufficient for your material overall product, overall products. If you have 1,000 products, you need 1,000 unique global trade items. So it should be the GCP should if enough combinations to you. That's it. Of course, of course. And this is really a good question, Keval. And in this case, of course, we can ask GS1 to provide another GCP. And but like, I have not even taught you other things, but from here on only you can understand that I have, let's say, 1,000 GTINs. Now GS1 is providing me, let's say my GCP is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I want to reduce it by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it will have a huge impact on so many other parameters.
Right.
Of course, we can handle everything. We can handle everything in ATTP, but it's a big thing. Okay, it's a chaos, to be honest. But
Yeah.
at the same time, I have one scenario in my in one of my clients, but usually this will not have this is not so frequent because companies know their product line, and it's not like the products are everyday created. Okay, material master, right, it is a one time activity, so they have their projections. But yeah, this is also possible. This is possible, and we have mechanism in ATTP to cure that, but it's not that easy. Yeah, so same goes for GLN and yeah, so SSCC. Now comes to this particular slide, which will explain you the application identifier. So in the first slide, when I saw the barcode, I saw these numbers. Okay, so in the bracket, whatever you can see here, it is nothing but the application identifier. So here 00 denotes serial shipping container code. 01 is your global trade item number. 10 is for batch. 13 is for manufacturing date. 17 is for expiry date, and 21 is for serial number. So let's say you get this string. Okay, so if 01 is there after this number, then you can consider that this is a GTIN number because it is 01 is ahead of this number, so it is a GTIN. Then 17 and then this number. So this number is a batch. Sorry, this number is the expiry date. Then 10 and this particular digit. So this AB123 is your batch. So this is application identifier. There are other application identifiers, but for us, these are enough. So 00 is a serial SSCC, 01 is a trade item number, 10 is a batch, 13 is for manufacturing date, 17 is for expiry date, and what 21 is a serial number. No, no, no. It's not like that. In fact, you will not get this kind of string
Okay.
in your message. Okay, this is just to show that this kind of data can be possible. So that's why this string is here. Usually, you will get string of 01 and 21. 01 is your global trade item number, followed by 21, which is your serial number. Okay, we will see in after 2 or 3 slides only. But yeah, and
Okay.
another thing is this 0121 is something to be understood by ATTP system. Okay, so this in this manner ATTP will understand that okay, this is the global trade item number, this is the serial number, etc., etc. So now another GS1, this is a GS1 string formation basically. So what we have seen so far is independent identifier like trade item number, etc., etc. But in serialization, we need a combination. So let's say you have a medicine stripe. That medicine is having a serial number, and also it is having, because it is a unit of measure, so it is having a global trade item number. So global trade item number is nothing but the identifier for product, but serial number is unique for each medicine stripe. So combination of 01 and 21 is nothing but actually your barcode. Okay, so in your barcode, when you scan it, you will know GTIN and you will know the the serial number. So this combination is known as a serialized trade item. Serialized trade item is nothing but a combination of GTIN and serial number. And as name suggests, S GTIN represents each serialized item, means medical, stripe of medicine or bottle, etc. So when a bottle is at packaging line, let's say, it is a just an item. But when a barcode is fixed on the bottle, it is known as a serialized product. Okay, and the S18 format is 01 and 21 format. There is another format which is called EPC URI format. For now, just it is for your information. We will learn in upcoming sessions. Just understand. For now, it just understand for information. So EPC URI format for S18 is like this. You are an EPC ID S18, then this is this. Basically, we are breaking this GTIN and the serial number into this three section. So first section is your global company prefix, second section is your material identifier, and the last section is the serial number. So both of the formats are valid. In both of the formats, what information we are getting is global trade item number and serial number. So I hope you guys understood this concept of S-GTIN. Let's say you have 10 bottles. So 10 bottles will have a common global trade item number. They will have a unique serial numbers. And all okay. So one question: my 10 bottles are packed into a case. So what is the difference between the S-GTIN of case and item? One simple exercise. Okay. Let me copy this. Okay. So this refers to my. Oh, one moment. My notepad will. You will not see my notepad here. Just one moment. Okay. Now you will be able to see my entire screen. Okay. So let's say this is a one S-GTIN. Okay. This is say S-GTIN, and this is nothing but my one cough syrup. Okay. Bottle one. Then I have another bottle of the same cough syrup, let's say. So here, what will be the difference? Serial number will be different. Now, I want to pack these two bottles into one carton. So in this case, let's say this particular global trade item number, I explained you that first digit is a package, it denotes the packaging label. So usually what companies do, uh, for item, they prefer first digit as 0. For for next level hierarchy, they prefer first digit as 1. For another, let's say carton to case, they prefer number 2, like that. Okay, so it goes like that. So this is, let's say, my case, or let's say bundle. So for bundle, we have 1 here. Now, anything if you change here, your check digit will also be changed. So check digit cannot be 2 now. So that will be something else. For now, I will keep it 3. And my serial number will be the unique one provided by ATTP. Okay, ATTP is the system which generates serial numbers. So I can have this serial number. So this is my bundle. Then I have this case, for example. So case will have, let's say, GTIN like this, and check digit will be something 0, and you have serial number of this. So this is your case. And finally, the big box is known as a pallet, and pallet will be the 18-digit number. So now tell me, where is GTIN here in the pallet? There will be no GTIN for the pallet, because pallet is indifferent of your material. It can be possible that two different materials, two different, cases of two different materials can be packed under the one pallet, because pallet is just a outer layer. And in the journey of supply chain, outer layers can be changed. Somebody asked me this question, like that what if I unpack and what if I repack? So only this one can be unpacked and repacked. So this is not relevant to your material, but it is relevant to the company. So this, let's say, this is your GCP. So pallet pallet only have a GCP, but the items will have GTIN and serial number. So whenever GTIN comes, it is nothing but it is giving the information about the material or the product. Hope I am clear. So now if I want to, let's say, show you that how my hierarchy should look like. Okay, so I will prepare a hierarchy. So this is my pallet. Under this pallet, this is packed. Okay, under this bundle is packed, and then we have 2 items. Yeah. Okay, so this is one hierarchy basically. Okay, so this is the hierarchy. So when a scanner scans, it scans bottle one, bottle two, then bundle, then case, and then pallet. So let's say when pallet is okay, this is really a good question. Okay, so tell me one thing: when product is dispatched, what is dispatched actually? The pallet, right? Because other items are packed inside it. So the in that particular event of dispatching, the object would be your pallet. Similarly, when this product is received at warehouse, so that warehouse guy will not see the 100 bottles. The warehouse guy will see only the big pallet. So he will only scan the pallet. So till that receiving end, pallet will be the main identifier. When pallet is received, now when pallet is received, that receiving plant will already have all the hierarchy information provided from that manufacturer. So manufacturer, when actually ships the product, he will also inform to the receiving entity that, hey, I am shipping this pallet. Under that pallet, this is your hierarchy. So when a warehouse receives, warehouse already know that, okay, this pallet will have this much of hierarchy. So in this manner, he will scan only the pallet. The only point when pallet will be opened is when the pallet is destroyed, or wear and tear here and there. In that case, they will unpack the pallet, take all the cases, and then repack all the cases into another pallet. That's it. Of course, this kind of reconciliation is done at every client. Okay, so when at the time of picking also, they will count and reconfirm. At the time of shipping also, they will count and reconfirm. So this is what the fundamentals of tracking and tracing. Like in between, let's say, manufacturer will say that this pallet will contain 100 bottles, but when the pallet received at warehouse, only 50 bottles are there. So warehouse guy will shout that you have told me 100, but this pallet is only having 50. So where are the other 50 bottles? It might be possible that those 50 bottles are stolen, or something happened. So this is the one of the many things in tracking. We already discussed this topic, but yeah, since this as JITIN format includes the JITIN, it also includes the product information, and JITIN includes the prefix as well. So you will know what material, what product, and you will also know what manufacturer is involved. Then again, SSEC comes, because SSEC is identifier as well as it is also a part of hierarchy. So I have just explained it again here, that this is kind of a barcode fixed on pallet. So when that scan, let's say warehouse guy will scan, so he will get this information that, okay, these are the 18 numbers, and he will have all the mechanism to decode. Basically, ATTP has all the mechanism to decode it, that, okay, this is company prefix, this is serial number, etc. Now SSEC is having this format, 00 format. It is also having the format called EPC URI. And for now, I will not explain this, but just understand that this is format which is making this number. So company prefix, and see into two sections: company prefix and the serial number. That's it. And SSEC includes company prefix. So yes, you will know that, okay, which manufacturer is involved. Now, since JITIN has a serialized JITIN, okay, similar GLN will also have a serialized GLN. But here we are not going to fix code on plant and warehouse. So here it will be little different. Okay, so SGLN is nothing but let understand this kind of thing where you have one plant. Under one plant you have four different packaging lines. Okay, each packaging line is using different products. So how will you identify? Because GLN is nothing. GLN is only given at plant level. Yeah. So serialized GLN. Okay, different, because we are not going to paste barcode on plants. Okay, so it is not like that. But here, as I said, one plant can have different packaging lines. Okay, so my product is serialized at packaging line A. Another product is serialized at packaging line B. So how would I know that in one plant at which packaging line my product is serialized? Then there is a concept called GLN extension. So each packaging line is having one GLN extension. So under, let's say, plant A, you will be having 4 different extensions. Now, how ATTP will understand in encoded format, this URI format is nothing but encoded format. So in one string, you will have all the information. So how will ATTP know that this is a plant A and packaging line 01? This is packaging line 02. So that is known as a SGLN. Okay, so SGLN format is like this. So when this kind of format comes, ATTP will understand that this is the global location number, this is the company prefix, this is location identifier, which can be any number, your plant name, etc. And this 01 is an extension. So 01 packaging line, 02 packaging line, etc. What the traceability? So ATTP provides the tracking and trace not only at plant level, but also at packaging line level. So if, let's say, some audit comes, you can also track it back to your packaging line that, okay, this was scanned at packaging line A, this was scanned at packaging line B, like that. And now this is something related to EPC and EPCIS format. So here, I have shown this thing called EPC. You are an EPC. This is a string, but what is this EPC? It is electronic product code. Okay, so it is it is a universal identifier for any object, and electronic product code are based on this URI format, which is nothing but a string of characters to identify any object. So whenever I say EPC format, you should understand this kind of structure, nothing more. Okay, the information will be same, but this kind of format. And this is an encoded format where ATTP will know many things in just one string. So, breaking like company prefix, location identifier, extension, etc. Now, what is EPCIS? So EPCIS stands for Electronic Product Code Information Services. Now, when we say EPCIS, here the thing comes as data exchange. So all of this information, let's say at my packaging line, 100 of the products are serialized. That means I have fixed barcode on 100 bottles. Now, I want to send this information to my next partner, okay, that I have serialized these 100 bottles. So I have to send it in some format. Since you guys are from and other ERP modules, you know the IDOC, right? So we usually communicate via IDOCs. But ATTP is not communicating through IDOC. That is a little bit less efficient way of communicating. So we communicate using XML files. Maybe some of you guys who are from computer background, you guys would understand. XML structure is nothing but it's a data structure where you can send many information under one file, and each information will be differentiated through one tag. So this structure is basically a XML structure, and the information will be a GS1 as per the GS1 standard. So that format is known as EPCIS. All these files are under EPCIS format. And when I say EPCIS format, it is nothing but it is following the XML structure. So serialized data is transferred across the supply chain in EPCIS format. And EPCIS format is usually following the GS1 vocabulary, GS1 tags like it in GLN, etc. Now, when we say EPCIS format, so EPCIS format talks about what? it talks about basically four questions like what, where, when, and why. So for example, I am sharing the information of 100 serialized items to partner in supply chain. So then he will understand, okay, there are 100 EPCs or 100 objects, where exactly these objects are scanned or manufactured, when they are manufactured. So they will have the file will have timestamp, and why. So which business process basically. So packing or shipping. So just understand that one plant is shipping a pallet or SSC to a warehouse. So when warehouse guy will receive this pallet, he will doing a receiving process. Okay. So a receiving event will be produced. So the business process is receiving. When you are dispatching, the business process is shipping. When you are packing, the business process is actually aggregation or packing. So in EPCS file, these all things will be mentioned. In this way, you will come to know of this what, where, when, and why. So I think let me show you one sample file. Okay, real-time integration as such. Yeah, exactly the same. So let's say let's understand from plant level. So in packaging line, I have fixed a barcode on a bottle. Then I have scanned it. The moment I scan, this information will be sent to my next level of stakeholders that okay, these 100 medicines are scanned now, are serialized now. That particular thing, that particular action is known as commissioning. We will understand later in detail about that. Now when your bottles are packed into a case, and that case will be provided a barcode, and then when you scan it, say the packing information will be sent to your next packing information will be sent to basically ATTP from packaging line that okay, this particular item is packed into this particular case. Similarly, when that particular case is shipping from your plant, basically you are scanning it, at your shipping point you are scanning it, and then this information will be sent to ATTP stating that now this product is shipped from this plant. Now when your warehouse guy will receive it, ATTP will get a receiving event stating that this particular product is now received at this plant. So when I'm saying information, this particular file, okay, so this file will be created at each scanning. Okay, you are talking about EASN, that will come little later in stage, but you are right. So let's say I am shipping from my distributor to 3PL. So I would also need to send this information to 3PL that this is my hierarchy. So that is covered under advanced shipping notification. Okay, but I think that is something we need to discuss at later stage. So for now, let's focus on this format. Basically, this is something we have to understand. So understand means I will just explain at very high level, but we will go through in detail of each tag. Okay. So the important tags in this timestamp. Okay. So event time. Then we have EPCs. So these two STTs are there. So now you guys understand that these two SDTs may be referring to some items, some bottles or some stripes of medicines. Then we have this. Can anyone tell me what is this parent ID?
Container code.
Container code. Under the container code, so you can see that we have specific tag like parent ID. So anyone who will see this file, he would come to know that okay, this is my top level, and then we have a tag called child EPC. Under the child EPC, we have these two STTs. And then what is the business step? Biz step tag. Can anyone read it? Packing. So now you will come to know that okay, this action is what? Basically a packing event or packing action is going on, and then this read point. Can anyone tell me this read point is what? STTIN, SSCC, or what? Yeah, GLN with an extension. So what it is saying that this particular packing is taken place at this location and at this packaging line. And this is the timestamp. So at this time, all this action is taken place. So this read point is nothing but your read point, what name suggests, from where this thing is reading, So this is something is get read from this particular place. But there is corporate location. So maybe I am a business. Yeah, yeah. I was also able to realize that. Let me say it again. So this read point, when I say it, the read point is your plant, okay, and this location is your corporate entity. So maybe it is possible that under one entity you have 5 plants. So you can have 5 different read points here, okay, but your biz location would be same. Yeah, both are, it can be possible that both are same number. So this is depend on client's requirement, okay. Like if I have one entity and I have one plant, I will have I will I will have a one GLN, that is fine. But if I have multiple plants, okay, so I have to identify uniquely, so then we have a different GLN. We have this called SAP system architecture overview. I think this one we can take by tomorrow, because from tomorrow we will also have some hands-on exercise. Yeah. So basically, you are aware that structure would be more or less same. In you have commissioning or shipping or receiving or unpacking. I strategically choose packing part because is something is easy to visualize. Okay. If I write commissioning, it would be little it would be little difficult. So because my agenda was I just wanted to show the structure, so that from the day one you guys have something to imagine. If I from tomorrow, if I say EPCIS, so this kind of structure to your end, that's it. Yeah, so in that case many tickets used to come to your place. So when EPCIS is failed, if you understand the fundamentals, then I don't need to explain the error, okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
will
That
I will
particular
cover
error
the
you will get.
fundamentals, so that yeah, but at the same time, in the same in the same class, we will also discuss some scenario. Okay, that okay, if I will do this kind of thing, then what kind of error you can expect, or I will also show you some errors, and I will ask you to solve it. Okay, so in
Okay.
this kind of exercise, we'll definitely do.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following provides serialization functionality in SAP Advanced Track and Trace for Pharmaceuticals? A. Serial number allocation. B. Serial number event repository. C. Serial number processing. D. All of the above. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Introducing our SAP ATTP Advanced Track and Trace for Pharmaceuticals course. Your ticket to mastering the art of meticulous tracking and tracing in the pharmaceutical industry. On our user-friendly platform, you get to dictate the pace of your learning journey. No rush, no pressure. Just you and the wealth of knowledge waiting to be unlocked. What's on the agenda, you ask? We've got it all covered. From the foundational principles to the advanced strategies, this course is your comprehensive guide. Crafted by industry experts, it's a virtual toolbox equipping you with the skills needed to ensure seamless product tracking and delivery. Who are your mentors? Seasoned professionals with a track record in the field. They're not just instructors, they're your guides, ready to assist you every step of the way. Still not convinced? Hear it from those who've been in your shoes. Our students rave about the course, praising its effectiveness and real-world applicability. Now, let's talk numbers. Affordable? Absolutely. This opportunity to enhance your skills won't break the bank. Ready to dive into the world of SAP ATTP? Head over to our course page where a treasure trove of knowledge awaits. Sign up now and take control of your learning journey. For more detailed insights into the training curriculum and formats, visit ZaranTech's website below.
So today, I think we will start from where we stopped yesterday. Before that, let's have a quick recap. Okay. So yesterday we went through these topics. Yeah, before that, I would again, show you this slides. Just one moment. So yeah, this is the disclaimer. You guys can go through it. Then this was the agenda for yesterday. So we went through overview of pharma supply chain and um, need for serialization, track and trace. Then we understood what is serialization, tracking and tracing, and then all the GS1 standards. So I would just ask some questions, and you guys can answer. Okay, I will not specify any particular person, but you can answer that. So overall, what is serialization, track and trace? What exactly you understand? Okay. One point, Keval, you mentioned that unique number which identifies the product. Serialization, track and trace, perfect, perfect. So not only the product, but also the facilities are also tracked. So the unique identifier we assign to facilities and also the business entity. Which identifier was that? So GCP is a global company prefix, which is to the organization, and global location number is the is a unique identifier associated to business entities and locations, which is a unique identifier as name suggests. And then we went through application identifiers, which over the period of time we will again and again see. So I will not go into that detail. So in layman's language, whenever at packaging line somebody scans a barcode, basically the GTIN and serial number is getting scanned. Okay, so basically the SGTIN format is scanned. And then what is SSCC? Correct. And what all information we can derive from this? So the last slide which we saw was the PCIS files example. I will come to that, and then we will start today's session. But I think, guys, whatever you have understood so far is quite, I'm quite impressed. So the basic foundation is set up now. So yeah, this is the EPCIS file format, and it basically gives the answer of, when, what, where, etc. I mean, this is a bookish language, but yeah, what, where, when, and why. So, and I am sure the moment you start working in ATTP, then you will not think about this what, where, when. It would be like very common to you. So you can see that particular packing operation is happening here. The location at which particular location it is happening, what all the packs, or we can say the items are scanned. And here, when we say item, it is nothing but you can just imagine a type of medicine or a bottle. This is a pallet. So this particular example is a packing file. So we can see the parent and child relationship here. Similarly, you can imagine shipping file, you can imagine receiving file, etc. And this is the timestamp at what particular time it happened. So now let's start today's session. And here, now we will little bit go into technicalities. So this is a system architecture of SAP ATTP. Okay. So in center box, you can see SAP Advanced Track and Trace for Pharmaceuticals, and it is connected with. So yeah, I think let's start. This is the first, first slide for today. So as we can see in the picture, this is a system architecture of SAP ATTP, and in the middle you can see it's a SAP ATTP box, and it is associated with ERP box. When I say ERP, you can imagine ECC or S4 HANA, WM, all the instances. Here in the right side, we can see contract manufacturing organization, 3PLs, wholesalers, etc. Below, we can see the packaging lines. So yesterday we discussed what is packaging line and all. And the top, you can see the government. So government authorities. So at high level, we can consider that ATTP is connected with these stakeholders. Let me go to the next slide, which is, which explains about connections and etc. Are you able to see my, is it, the size is okay, or should I maximize a little bit more? So now this is also the same slide, but here the connections are explained. So SAP ATTP is connected with ECC or S4HANA through RFC connection or the web service connection. And from ECC, what ATTP expects is master data and transactional data. Now, when we say master data, what all things come into our mind? Can anyone tell me what is master data? So deliveries, purchase orders, batch, all these are considered as a transactional data. So these components are integrated from ERP system to ATTP system. Similarly, let's go to the packaging lines. So now, from yesterday's discussion, we understand that for in each plant we have packaging line. Okay. Now, serialization takes place at packaging line. This was my sentence yesterday. So what actually happens is the packaging line at the beginning, before the production itself, packaging line will request serial numbers to ATTP. So the production planning and all is already happened, and then plant have decided that, okay, I need to produce 50 bottles of this particular medicine. Now, this information comes to packaging line, and packaging line will request 50 serial numbers to ATTP, and ATTP will provide this with 50 serial numbers back. Once these serial numbers are provided to packaging line, after that the manufacturing process starts at plant. Once the products are manufactured and goods are, finished products are manufactured, then these products are serialized. So when we say serialized is nothing, the barcodes are fixed and then those are scanned. So when items are serialized, that particular operation is known as a commissioning operation. Then these items are packed into different hierarchies. So then these products are packed, and then again the top level are scanned, and it is known as a packing event. So all this information like commissioning, packing, all this information will be sent from packaging line to ATTP. So two operations: serial number request and response, and serialized data response. So this serialized data can be sent from packaging line to ATTP in the form of PML file or in the form of EPCIS file. Now, what is PML is again same XML structure. Earlier they were using PML, but then across all the pharma industry, we are using EPCIS file. But if some packaging lines are still using PML structure, so ATTP has some configuration which will convert from PML to EPCIS. So even though packaging line sends PML file, ATTP will convert it into EPCIS and EPCIS will be received. So this is the packaging line operations. Third thing is supply chain partner. So ATTP is connected with supply chain partners. And again, the process is similar to what we have just understood for packaging line. So now we need to understand that in pharma world, let's say Pfizer is a manufacturer, but Pfizer will not manufacture all the medicines because medicines volume are very high, and any company will not have that much of plant and facility to produce all the medicine by their own. So what they do, they hand over some manufacturing operations to another company, which is known as a contract manufacturing organization. So let's say Pfizer will tell Novartis that, okay, please produce this much of medicines on behalf of me. So what Novartis will do as a contract manufacturing organization, Novartis will say, okay, I will produce this medicine, but you need to provide me the serial numbers because you are the manufacturer. So from Novartis ATTP, serial number request will be sent to Pfizer ATTP system, and Pfizer ATTP system will provide the serial numbers to Novartis. Then again, Novartis will produce goods, serialized it, and then EPCIS file will be sent from Novartis to Pfizer, or in other words, from contract manufacturing organization to the manufacturer. So the manufacturer is also known as a MAH, Marketing Authorization Holder. You can also expect a reverse scenario where Pfizer is a contract manufacturer and Novartis is a marketing authorization holder. So it works both the way. So again, this connection is through web services. And the last thing is a government systems. So as we know, right, that one of the key feature for serialization is to be compliant to the government authorities, government regulations. So once this serialized data is received in ATTP system, as per the government's laws and government's requirement, ATTP will report these data to government stating that, okay, this is the medicines I have produced and I am reporting to you. So government will be aware that, okay, this company has produced this medicine. So these are the major stakeholders associated to ATTP system. From ECC, usually the expectation is one-way communication, okay, because track and trace will happen and in ATTP. So, and another thing, ATTP is a kind of, you can consider a slave system, okay. So ATTP will not have anything by its own. It is just asking ECC or S4HANA because those are the ERPs that provide your material, provide your business partner, and then I will track and trace, okay. So in that case, yes, you can consider it as a one-way communication. However, in your project, you might have some functions or some customization has to be made so that you ATTP can trigger some RFC to ECC and kind of stuff. For example, let's say in my client we had a requirement that in ECC the post good issue has to be controlled through ATTP. So when ATTP will pass, ATTP will send one RFC to a ECC, and based on that only post good issue will be performed. So all this thing can be expected, but yes, ideally as per the standard, because when I explain this diagram, I will only talk about the standard functionality, and there from ECC the things will be passing to ATTP, and ATTP will not send anything back. But for all the other stakeholders, it's a two-way communication. In fact, from ATTP to government system, you can see one-way communication, but government system will also send feedback to ATTP. So when you report something to government body, it will say that, okay, this is successfully accepted, or he will say that, no, this is not successfully accepted. There are some errors. So ATTP will get feedback. So now let's come to this part where now we are further going in narrowing down towards the ATTP technicalities. So this is major building blocks and business process associated to track and trace. So in this diagram, you can see at the base level, we can see master data. Under master data, we have material master, serial number strategy, business partners, locations, and also transactional data. Okay. On top of it, we have the business processes. So one is a CMO or 3PL, or we can say CMO scenario. I have just briefly explained you. The in middle, we have internal manufacturing, and at right side, we have partner manufacturing or reverse contract manufacturing scenario. And on top of that, names are also mentioned. So now we will start with master data first. So yeah, so in master data, we have these 4 master data item, business partner and location. System is a little bit new, but it's not much difficult to understand. I will explain that in upcoming slides. Then in serial number management, we have ranges and how to request serial numbers. And then we have transactional data. So lots. Lot is nothing but in ERP terms, we can consider batch. Then serialized trade item, voting events, and business transactions. So at events are nothing but shipping, all, so these you can consider as events. Then the reporting event is associated with reporting to country authorities, and business transactions, purchase orders, process orders, etc. Now let's understand the business processes associated to um, you can directly imagine with tracking. Okay, so let's say in your plant you have packed one item into one bundle and you have scanned it. The moment you scan it, one EPCI ATTP will receive as a part of one event. So in track and trace language, we say that okay, packing event is received. Then let's say your product is shipped from your plant to warehouse. So what happens at your plant when you have a shipping point? At shipping point, the moment it is about to ship, the person will scan it, and a shipping EPCIS file will be posted from that shipping point to ATTP system. And in ATTP system, that EPCIS file will be received, and one event is created. So what we call it as a like shipping event is posted in ATTP. So whatever the movement is happening across the supply chain, those movements will be reflected in ATTP in terms of events. And similarly, same concept for reporting event, but reporting is specifically associated with country reporting. So let's say I need to send some data to EU authority, European authority. So, and European authority demands that I want only commissioning reporting. So I don't want aggregation information at all. I am just concerned with the medicines. I am not concerned with its hierarchy. So the moment I perform commissioning event, ATTP will send a one EPCIS file to EU hub or EU report. EU hub is the name of that EU authority, and that is recorded in ATTP as a part of reporting event. So when commissioning event is posted in ATTP, a reporting event will be automatically triggered from ATTP to EU hub, and that is how these both are linked. And similarly, business transactions are nothing. When delivery is created in ECC, it will be automatically integrated to ATTP. So in ATTP, you can find it under business transactions. Hope I am. So now we will come here, which is business processes. Anyway, like CMO, I have just explained you, but let me explain this in little detail. So the first is internal manufacturing. So any organization, okay, any pharmaceutical company will produce their own goods in their own plants. So in such scenario, that manufacturing organization will have its own plant and its own packaging lines. So serial number request will be sent from packaging line to the ATTP system, and ATTP will create serial numbers or provide the serial numbers back to whatever the packaging line, and the production will happen, and then serialized data will be received back to ATTP. So this is internal manufacturing process. In internal manufacturing process, just tell me who is the owner of that material. Let's say Pfizer company is manufacturing goods. Okay, so whatever the materials are there are owned by Pfizer, correct? Now let's go to contract manufacturing organization. Again, in contract manufacturing organization, who will be the owner of the material? Pfizer himself, right? Pfizer itself. Yeah. Now, one concept comes, which is serial number management. Okay, this we will see in later stage, but at very high level, I will explain. So when a company is working for its own material, so he will produce serial numbers within the company. Okay, Pfizer will produce its own serial numbers for its own product, and that is known as the internal serial number management. Now the third scenario, which is known as a reverse CMO scenario. So now let's say Pfizer is producing on behalf of Novartis. So now who is the owner of material? Novartis, right? Yeah. So in that case, what yes. Pfizer will do, so in Pfizer's ATTP system, that material will be associated with external serial number management, because Pfizer will not associate its own serial number to the product. Pfizer will ask Novartis. So that is known as the external serial number management. So these two are the concept at very high level I have explained. but in ATTP system, we will see in detail. So it depends on when we say contract manufacturing scenario. So consider that we are MH. Okay, MH means marketing authorization holder or the manufacturer. If I am the marketing authorization holder, then the GTINs will have my own GCP. Okay, and I also need my contract manufacturing organization's GCP because I need to maintain my CMO's location in my ATTP system. And if you just recall, the global location number will also have a GCP inside it. So I will also maintain my contract manufacturer's GCP in my system. I will also set up location, or maybe if ECC is there, then I will just integrate from my ERP, because in my ERP, my CMO will be there as a vendor. Okay, so I will integrate the vendor to ATTP. When this vendor is integrated to ATTP, I have to assign a GCP to that vendor, which is in ATTP term, it is just a business partner. So yes, both GCPs has to be there. Okay. Because in any scenario, in your ATTP system, you have to somehow maintain, the data. So if and the reverse CMO scenario, I will call my MH as a customer. So in my ERP system, that customer will be there. So I will integrate the customer from ERP to ATTP, and for that I will also need the GCP. And the fourth one is reporting to regulatory system and sharing information to 3PLs. So these are two different processes. One is the reporting to countries or the regulatory system. So ATTP provides this mechanism to connect to respective country authorities like UAE. So for UAE, Tatmin is the system. For EU, we have EU Hub as a system. For Russia, we have MDLP. MDLP is Russia's some portal. Okay, so these are non-SAP systems. They are just created to manage serial numbers, and they will store the serial numbers or serialized data which is reported by different pharma companies, and they have their own validation mechanism as well. So ATTP has this mechanism which will enable ATTP to directly report, automatically report based on the events. And we have this rule mechanism framework through which relevant data information can be sent to country authority system or country regulatory system based on particular activity. So some regulatory body will say that I only need products, I only need data when you dispatch the product from your plant from plant point A to point B. So then in ATTP, we set up some mechanism in such a way that when shipping is posted, shipping should be the trigger of my reporting, and relevant data should be sent like that. So this is called as a rule mechanism. We will discuss in later in a detailed manner. And the third point is known as a advanced shipping notification. So yesterday we briefly talked about it, right? That from in a supply chain we have many what we can say stakeholders. So I am shipping my products from my plant to a warehouse. uh, I can also send EPCIS to that warehouse, or let's say if warehouse is my own entity, but if I'm sending to some external party, that external party will want the data in their system. So I can share this EPCIS outside my organization as a part of notification, so that before my products reach to that particular facility, that particular 3PL will know that, okay, these are the hierarchies I am supposed to receive. So this is known as a advanced shipping notification. So this is also, and all these are a standard functionality. So all these are the ATTP's capability. No, that is some supplier will send. No, like let's say a supplier wants to send some notification that, okay, I have received. Then it is like from supplier side. Okay, so from our side we are shipping. Usually the scenario is not that much. I mean, I have not encountered with this kind of scenario when we are sending or receiving what we can say notification.
But of course, we can send this. So advanced shipping notification means it don't restrict to the word. Okay, so if let's say this particular notification I will post on a shipping event, similarly I can
Okay.
post on the receiving event. So when receiving event is posted in ATTP, this rule will trigger and EPCIS will be sent. Yeah, because in ATTP we have this rule, okay, SR inform success, so that you can use it, and you can this that only possible for object events. So both shipping and receiving are nothing but the object events. So that can be possible. But usually in supply chain, you will not have, such kind of requirement where on receiving because you have already received. So now you have the data. So what is the meaning of advance? Advance shipping means what? When you have dispatched something and you are expecting that the other party will know this in advance. It's like you have purchased something from Amazon. When Amazon is dispatching, he will say some notification to you stating, hey, this is the product, this is whatever the details, and you will receive at this date. So
Okay.
that's how it is. So technically,
Okay.
everything is possible. Technically, you can post it on receiving event as well. Okay, and this chart basically is a graphical representation. So um, serialization starts from here, packaging line, serial number request and response to ATTP, then manufacturing operations, and then packaging line operations, commissioning. Commissioning means nothing but fixing the barcode on items, and then it will be scanned. When a scanning is happened, commissioning event will be posted in ATTP. Commissioning is the first event. Then commissioning is for all the hierarchy level. So a pack is also commissioned, bundle is also commissioned, and SSEC will also commission. So separate when a barcode is fixed on a pallet, first thing is pallet is serialized, and that is known as a commissioning event. Then comes aggregation. So item is packed into bundle and a packing event is posted. Then bundle is packed into a carton, packing event is posted, and carton is packed into a pallet, another packing event is posted. Then you do picking, loading, shipping. So all this is posted in ATTP if required. Okay, so if your business model wants a picking event, you can post it from your warehouse to ATTP. Then loading will be posted, and then finally the shipping. And then in between you are receiving from plant to warehouse. Then a receiving event is posted in ATTP like that. So this is like, I have tried to explain this in a graphical manner. So here, I guess, yeah, the first session gets completed. Any question in the last slide? Okay. If not, then I think we can move to the next session. Okay. So this is, and yeah, I will also open my ATTP system. Okay. So we will also see, navigate ATTP system. Let me just connect. Okay, are you able to see my screen? I have side by side, I have opened the ATTP system. So we will go into the system as well whenever required. So this is in general view of master data. So it covers business partners, location, trade item, and systems. These first three part are all well covered. The fourth one is systems. So systems are what? Systems are nothing but they are used to communicate with partner entities, and systems are involved in serial number request and responses. So system in general includes connectivity and communication details. So from ATTP, let's say I want to send my information to 3PL, then some technical thing has to be there, right? So let's say on which URL I need to divert my data. So all those kind of technical things are present in under systems. So we will see in detail. So this screen, okay, this is ATTP's screen, and in ATTP, majority major activities are covered under data cockpit. So unlike like similar to other modules, ATTP also have many transactions, but like mostly 60 to 70% activities are done at data cockpit. And data cockpit is a very smart move from SAP, because in other modules you have multiple transactions, but here in data cockpit, they have smartly managed many operations under one screen. So in this way, like even when you start working on any project, maximum time you will spend on this screen. So this is not a data cockpit, but this is the path how you can go to the data cockpit. So when you open this screen, you will have SAP menu, and then under advanced track and trace, you have repository data management, and under repository data management, you have advanced track and trace cockpit. Or you can use this transaction /n/http/cockpit. Many people will not comfortable with such long transactions, but unlike your SD and MM, we have very long transactions, and whenever all the standard transactions will have this prefix called /http/, and also when you execute, you need to put /n. So this is the transaction for data cockpit. So when you actually go into the data cockpit, this is how it will look. So here you can see in the left side, first section is the master data, then the second section is the serial number management, and the third section is the repository browser or the transactional data part. So as I said that they have very smartly managed. So all the three sections are under the one transaction. And it was also very important because all these are internally connected. So if you are at some location, then that location is owned by some business partner, so you can directly jump from location to business partner like that. So we will see all these things in detail. Okay, so the first screen here, what you can see is a business partner. Okay, before that, let me go to the system and we will see details. Yeah, so you can see that this is my first screen and SAP menu. I can go to advanced track and trace, and then I can go to cockpit. I will double click on here, and this screen, this is what the screen you can see. So under, let's go to business partners first. You double click on the business partner, and this selection screen will come. If you don't have any proper number, business partner number or anything, you can just click on the search button and it will give all the information. Now here at the top, we have different buttons. Now another thing is cockpit is divided into three sections. So this is the first section, which is for the selection. This is the second window where you can see some basic information, and this is the third window where you can see the information in details. So if you want to just hide this selection screen, you can just click on show hide selection. Okay, so now the first window is now hidden, and here you can see business partners, different business partners. Okay, and let's say this first one is selected, so you can see all these details, and you can scroll this. Okay, so you can see now, so we have different fields. This is the business partner, this is the detail, address, company prefix, assigned plans, assigned systems, etc. So we will see some important fields we will understand here. So let me go back to my slides. So yeah, business partners are nothing but the legal entities with whom traceability data is being exchanged. So contract manufacturer, contract packaging organization, wholesaler, 3PL, and own organization, etc. So here, business partners, if you go, then we have the selection screen. Let me explain selection screen in some details. So the first thing is business partner role number. So consider this as your vendor number or customer number. Okay, so if the business partner is integrated from ECC, and if you want to search by your vendor number, so you can provide your vendor number here and click on the search button. The data will come. Then business partner name is nothing but the description which you have provided in your vendor master or in your customer master. The third thing, and which is very important, is a business partner role type. So this is, if you click here and press F4 or just click on this magnifying glass, you will see different types. So customer, vendor, CMO, contract manufacturer, service provider, and the fifth one is a own organization. Now, let's say I am a Pfizer company, and this is my ATTP system. So my ATTP system should also know me as a Pfizer. Okay, so I will create a business partner, and that business partner cannot be known as customer. It cannot be known as vendor. It is not a contract manufacturer or the service provider. So it is the own organization. So whenever you create your own business partner, you have to assign a role as a own organization. And these are the three selections. But if you go here, add selection screen, so add selection fields, you can have multiple fields here. So what business partner category, if you just click here, it will come here. Okay, so business partner categories. So how many categories are there? MH, CMO, etc. Then if you go to selection screen, global location number. Okay, so because let's say you have a location number and you want to search from location number, you can provide the location number as input and click on the search. Similarly, how many other fields are there? Yeah, so business partner status is, we will see later. Country key. So let's say you want to know all the business partners from India. So you can click on country and provide country. Changed on, changed by. So you want to see that from tomorrow, from yesterday to today, how many business partners are changed. Okay, so you can click on changed on. Then changed by means if you want to see particular users. Okay, so somebody who has changed it, so you can click on changed by and provide the user's name and click on search button. So yeah, these are the fields. The motive is just to get you guys familiar with the screen. Then we have a display and edit button. So right now it is in a display mode. If you want to change anything, you need to click on edit mode and then you can change it. This show height tree is nothing but if you don't want this left panel, yeah, it will be hidden. Okay. And once selection screen is done, now when let's say I have a business partner role number and I click on search, then I don't want this screen now. So I will click on show hide selection. So now, yeah, so let's say I business partner number, okay. Let's select any one of the business partner and provide it as a selection. Yeah, one important selection field was this business partner number. So we have two things. One is your business partner role number and one is your business partner number. So what is the difference between these two? So this is your ECC's number, but this is ATTP's internal number. So whenever a business partner is integrated to ATTP, ATTP will provide its own number to it. Okay, so that is known as a business partner number, and ATTP will remember that number only. So here, if I click, if I select the business partner number 1, then you can see in the second screen, the name, something is given, then the status, role. So this business partner is a customer and role number is 929. So this is your ECC's number and this is the country. Now, if we go status. So in ATTP, all the master datas have their statuses. So if I go here, created, active, obsolete, or archived. So the first business partner is first status is created. So whenever any vendor is integrated from ECC to ATTP, the by default state is 0, which is created. At the same time, ATTP can also create all these master data locally, because not all the clients will have ERPs. Sometimes client purchase ATTP standalone. So ATTP is not dependent on ERP, but usually since SAP customers only, they prefer SAP's track and trace, so they always have their ERP instances. But ATTP can create business partner by its own. So that also we will see. We will create a business partner. So when integrated, it is in a created status. Then you have to activate that business partner, because when the business partner is in a created status, it will not be useful for any serialization and tracking purpose. You have to activate it. These things obsolete is not used much, but if the particular business partner is not needed, you can mark it as obsolete. And archiving is something right now we will not discuss, but you can also mark it as to be archived because it is very old. So you will archive sometime in some time. So these three are the major statuses. So, and how you can change the status, you can select it and you can click on the change status. So for that, you need to go to the edit mode and then click here. So you can see, since this business partner is already activated, so what you can only do is you can click on the obsolete. You cannot make it again created. There are some conditions we will understand later. And this is the create button. If you click on create, you can give a business partner name, prefix, location number. These are the mandatory fields, the role types and role number. And if you confirm it, ATTP will create business partner by its own. So all this you can explore. You all have this access, so you can explore it. So now here the global location number. So for this business partner, location number is not maintained, but you can maintain it. Then we have parent business partner number. So sometimes it is also there that you have one corporate entity, and under that you have a sub entity. So let's say this business partner. Okay, let me give some other. This name is not good. Yeah. So this is the business partner. So if I want, if there is another business partner who is the parent business partner, so I can maintain the parent name here. Then we have something called SCN profile, which is nothing but the supply chain notification profile. So this profile is usually useful in the process of sending the advance shipping notification. So if I want to send advance shipping notification to this contract manufacturer, I should tell ATTP that what data should be sent. Only commissioning information, or commissioning and packing both, or commissioning, packing and shipping, all three. So that we can control using supply chain notification profile. And this we will understand in detail when I will explain you configurations, okay, later. And notification system is also, we will discuss at that time only, but this is also important component when you want to send a shipping notification to your partners. Yeah, these are the important things. And if you go right side, you can see business partner type, which is 3, which is contract manufacturer. We don't have any variant. This is the only one business partner. And the roll number is your ECC number, and logical system group. This is important. Here it is a local. So when you see that logical system group is a local, consider it as this business partner is created locally in ATTP. Now, when your customer is integrated from ERP, you have to configure logical system in ATTP, which will identify your ERP system, and that name will come here. Okay, so usually we write it as ECC. Okay, so I will create a logical system in ATTP for ECC. So all those things will be covered in configuration part. But now just understand that if it is a local, that means it is locally created. Now, okay, any questions so far? You have to do it manually, but nobody, it is not an efficient way. So in all the clients, because master data is something, it is not constant thing. For some companies, they have very few business partner. For some companies, they have many vendors and many CMOs. So based on that, you can, create some report and you can activate it together, all together. But usually it is a manual thing, so you need to manually activate it. So usually master data team does that, and it is one-time activity. Since this is locally created, so you can give any number here. So I think because somebody given this number, but this doesn't represent a vendor number or customer number because this is created locally. So if you click on this create button, you can see that roll number. Okay, this roll number is a mandatory field, so you have to provide a roll number here. So that's why this number is there. So even if you are not integrating it, but you need to provide this roll number here and role type. And the business partner number is assigned by ATTP. So you don't need to provide it. It is the internal number. Okay, then we can move to address. So very simple. If you integrate from ECC, then all this thing will be automatically filled. And then this is your company prefix. So let's say the business partner is integrated here. Now you can assign a GCP. So you can click on this number GCP, and then I will manually do some GCP assignment. Okay, this here, and I will click on save button. Yeah, so this global company prefix is maintained here. These fields we will talk after some time. Okay, but for now, just understand that this GCP is maintained. Now, so similarly, you can have, let's say, this is my own organization. Okay, instead of contract manufacturer, this is my own organization. So I would maintain my GCP here. I would also maintain my contract manufacturer or my customers GCPs here. Okay, so in this way, you have, when you go to your own organization, you will always see some 3-4 GCPs associated. So not all the GCPs are mine, but those are relative to me. So that's why I will maintain it. Then in the plants, if any plant is associated to this business partner, you will see it here. Any system associated to business partner, you will see it here. So you can see that this business partner has a direct connection with plant or location, and it has a direct connection with system. So you can see here. Company registrations, we will not go much into detail, but just for now, understand that any attribute associated to business partner will be maintained here. So you can click on assign, you can maintain some attribute here. Okay, and it is a configurable, so you need to configure attribute, and then you can see here. So these are the attributes. Some country specific, if it is there. No. So in this system, they have not maintained. Yeah, this is one. Okay, Brazil registration number. You can see Brazilian registration number. So because country regulations need specific attributes, so you can maintain at different level. Business partner is the one thing. You can also maintain at trade item level and location level. We will see later. And if you don't want, you can click on assign. So you need to select it and click on assign. It will be deleted and save it. Anything left? Yeah. change document. So this is a log, okay, and this is good functionality provided by SAP. So you can see this is my user. So you will come to know that I have done what I have done. So what I have done, business partner company prefix, I have maintained this company prefix here. So under the change document, you will see that whatever the changes have been done by different users. And all this thing will be helpful, you know, when you work in a support activity. So all this thing will be helpful. So let me go back to my slides. I think more or less everything I have covered, but let's have a quick look on the slide. Yeah, one important thing is a business partner role variant. So if a business partner has different external identifiers, let's say business partner role number for the same role, then for every external identifier, a new variant is created. Okay. So let's say there are some instances where one particular organization, okay, is acting as a contract manufacturer to you, and it also acting as a customer to you. Okay, this is quite possible. In that scenario, global location number will be same, but the roles are different. So you will have two rows, one row with the role as a CMO, another row with the role as a customer. So those are known as variants. So variant are some or those entities for which GLN is same, but the business partner numbers are different. Okay, and when I say business partner numbers, the external numbers, internal number will always be the same. Then we check the statuses. Then global location number, we already discussed. Parent business partner, I also discussed. SCN profile, supply chain notification profile, notification system, I have already explained. GCP and business partner category. Yeah, this is also covered. Okay. Check GLNs. No, okay. You can see here. So basically what happens is, see, the GLN of all business partners are valid. So sometimes, you know, global location number, a wrong check digit is provided. In that case, you can click on this check GLNs and it will fetch if the particular GLN is wrong or something. Okay. But usually it is not much useful because location numbers and all are very specific numbers. So you will maintain for one time. So I haven't used this button much. Yeah. So when you guys will explore this, you will have many errors and then all these buttons will be useful. Okay. So just have a, you know, hands-on and then come up with questions. The GCP is issued by GS1. Okay. So in that website, it has to be there. And these will be communicated to your client. So this information is something client is already having. So as a consultant, when you reach out to the client, you need to ask your client that what is the GCP, share the GCP details, share the trade item details, etc. So you will only get the GCP which is provided by GS1. So there is no mismatch. Yeah, if you by mistake enter a wrong GCP, then it's a different story. Yeah, because these are the internal validation. Okay, you can enter any number here, but that is your human error. Okay, but the EPCIS files are coming from packaging lines, so they will not. They will use the proper GCP, so their contradiction will come. Okay, so we will see later, and this kind of stuff you can play in your hands-on activity. So I will also produce some errors for you to cover these scenarios. Okay, so let's move to location. And locations are nothing but plant or storage locations, and location can be a hierarchical. So one plant is having multiple storage location, etc. Let's move to the system. Just click on location, double click on the location. You will have location number. This is ECC's plant. Then the name, and then location type. So if you just click on F4, you will have all the what we can say type, plant, storage location, distribution center, etc., etc. And same here also, you have add selection screen. If you click here, you will have a list of fields. First name is a business partner number. So this, this shows a direct connection between a plant and a business partner, because plant is always owned by some entity. Okay, it cannot be a standalone. So if you have a business partner and you want to just search for plants, you can click on this, or you can double click here and this field will come. You can give a business partner number and all the plant will come here. Then go to the selection screen and one moment. Yeah. And GLN. So through GLN, you can identify the plant. Location statuses. So how many statuses are there? Again, created and active. So as I said, all the master data will have statuses, either created or active. And then, yeah, location categories. So if whether this location is under which category it belongs to, like that. Yeah, changed by parent location. So if you have hierarchical locations, let's say you have a storage location and a plant both, but the storage location comes under that plant, so you can assign it. So if you click on parent number and you can assign, this is the selection screen, so you can enter the parent location number and click on the search button and you can see the child location numbers, etc. So this is the overall thing. Now I will go to show hide selection. For example, you have one plant. Under that plant, you have two storage locations. Okay, and you want that events will come from storage locations, but the GLNs are same. Okay, because one plant and one storage location. So you want to inform ATTP that this storage location comes under this plant. So what you can do, you can create a storage location for that storage location, or you can integrate from ERP and you can assign the plant. So I will show you the field where you can assign it. Okay, here I will just click on the search button now, the random search, and I will click on the show hide selection. So in the details, or let's select one particular number. Okay. Okay, this is the great example. Okay, so you can see that if I move ahead, so same global location number, okay, 24, 24, 24, and we have extension 012. Yesterday I explained you, right? What is this extension? Can anyone recall? Let's go to any one of this, okay? And here you can see the parent location is 001. Okay, this is the parent location and it has all this data. So all this location is having same GLN, but the parent is this one. Now, somebody asked me that what if I don't maintain GCP? Okay, so you can see EPC SGLN URI format. Yesterday we talked about this, but this is not something you are providing to ATTP. ATTP calculates by itself. So what you do when you integrate a plant information will be integrated with this GLN number as well, if at all you provide it from ECC. Otherwise, you can provide it in ATTP as well. And then you can click on the save button. The moment you click on the save button, ATTP will check if GCP is maintained for this GLN. So if let's say you have maintained 035552, ATTP will see that any such kind of pattern is matching with this GLN, yes, then what it will do, it will put a first full stop after a GCP, then remaining all the numbers except the last number, the 4, okay, because this is a check digit checked is it is electronically calculated. It is not. It doesn't have any specific significance. So it will remove this and it will add a extension number here. Now, if this is there, then only this location is considered by ATTP. So if you don't provide a GCP, then EPC URI format will not be created. And then any EPCIS file will post to this ATTP system for this GLN. Those will be failed. So many times people who are working in support, you guys must be aware that EPCIs are failing. And in the log, you will see all those such kind of errors that location is not there for this GL and all. Even the location is there, still ATTP will give this error because GCP is not maintained. And again here, logical system group, SAP ECC, it is clearly mentioned. So this is the example of the plant which is integrated from the ERP instance. Yeah, this is the address. You can maintain it. Alternative location identifier. Again, this is specifically for some attributes. If you have, you can click on assign button. You can assign attribute and you can save it. And change document is nothing but a log. So right now, I think, yeah, we have this. Okay, so here also, if you scroll a little bit up, you will see at 22nd January 2019, this plant was integrated. User is RFC admin. RFC user is nothing but, you can consider that this is ECC's user ID. Okay, so by looking at the user itself, we can say that okay, this is coming from ERP instance. And then new value, so what right now the location was integrated and the location status was created. Plant number 001. Then storage location was integrated. So this is, in this way, and then this was activated and you can see old value was created. So at this time on 9409 hour, this particular location status was changed from created to active. So in this manner, you will come to know all the activities which were performed on this particular plant. Okay, then I think we can move to the trade items. Before that, guys, if anyone needs any 1 minute quick break, then please let me know, okay? Since we are going for 2 hour session, so you can shout and I can stop for a minute or two. So let's move to the third step, which is called trade items. Okay, before that, let me go to my slides. Yeah, all this I have already covered. Okay, so now we are here for trade items. So under this trade item section, GTINs and related information can be found. Okay, basically, when I say trade item, you can consider it as a GTIN. Okay, so whenever a material is integrated to ATTP, those can be found under trade items. Okay, so I have clicked on this search button, a random search, and here the first thing is global trade item number. Second is the material number. Third is the trade item status. If we will click on the F4, either created or active, these two are there. And then if I go to the add selection, you can see many things here. The first thing is trade item description, which is nothing but your material description. National code and registration code are some specific attributes. Right now, I will not discuss that. Business partner to provide serial number is nothing but the owner of the business partner. So sorry, the owner of this trade item. Okay, the business partner entity. Then serialization profile key, serialization type. All this I will explain now only. location number. So all these are the input fields, okay? Country. So if you want to get the trade items associated to country Russia, you can just click here and provide a country name. All the relevant GTINs will come like that. So let's see how any example we find. Yeah, the first GTIN is here. I will click on show hide selection. Okay, so you can see that in this particular frame, we come to know about the trade item number and the material number. Then what is the status? So currently it is active. Description, whatever you provide. I mean, whatever description is maintained in your ERP instance. And then unit of measure. So this is each means consider it as item level or a stripe of medicine. Okay. And serialization type is something I will explain. Now, if you go further in detail section, you will see these details. If you go right side, you can see logical system is a local. So this trade item is locally created. Unit of measure is this. Now, first thing comes is serialization type. Okay. So we have lot managed lot managed type, publishing only, and the serialized and traced. So what is the meaning of all these three? So usually 99% case in your projects also, you will always prefer a JITIN with serialization type as serialized and traced. Okay. But let's say lot managed. So lot managed is something in which you only want lots or batches to be integrated to ATTP. You don't want to track further. Okay. So commission, aggregation, you don't want to track all these things. You just want that a batches should be integrated with ATTP. In that case, you can manage a JITIN with serialization type 1. Then publishing only means only the commissioning data. So you your demand is something that you just want to commission the serial numbers, but you don't want to pack or ship or anything. Just serialization commission information should be um, posted to ATTP. Then you can mark it as a serialized or publishing only. The third is a serialized and traced, means GTIN is capable of all the events. So not only batch integration, but also commissioning, aggregation, shipping, all these events. Now, if let's say you have maintained your GTIN as 1, you can change it to 2 or 3. But if it is 3, you cannot go back to 2 or 1. However, it is not required also, because when we choose ATTP, of course, we want to track it to the all levels, okay, not only the commissioning and all. But for some specific reasons, sometimes client use this, but usually serialization type is always 3. Now, when you integrate this cheating from ECC, if in ECC you have maintained this, then it will carry. If not, you can maintain in ATTP as well. So when we will see the integration, I will explain this. Now, another important thing is all these like national code, registration code are some specific things to some specific attributes. Okay, so if national code is important for you can maintain in ECC, and if it is integrated to ATTP, you will see here. So usually these codes were used in some back when track and trace was not there. So people were using tracing and tracking using national item code, registration code, etc. So nowadays these are not used. But if it is there in your client, so if you want to link it to your JITIN, so you can maintain it here. Now the important thing is profile relevant country. So this country is this field explains the target market. Okay, so this product is having profile relevant country as US. This means that this product is sold to US market. Then we have serial number management type. Anything you guys can recall? What is this? So we have three values here: blank, internal, external. If I choose internal, then ATTP will consider this product as an internal product, and ATTP will generate serial number for that. If I will choose this JITIN with external, then ATTP will not consider this for serial number. ATTP will not create serial number for this trade item. And if I don't choose anything, then ATTP will anyway not create any serial numbers. But also this trade item will be out of serial number management. So no validations and nothing will be um, assigned to this GTIN. Usually in track and trace, we either choose internal or external. But for some specific scenarios where you actually don't want any serial numbers to be associated with JITing, you just want tracking and tracing, then you can select this. But this is very rare scenario. So here you can see it is not maintained here. So ATTP will not perform serial number validations. Now, serialization profile key is something, this is also a concept. So when I say serial numbers, so what all attributes a serial number can have? Can anyone guess serial number attributes? When I say attributes, should be there in serial number. Second thing, maybe whether it is a numeric or alphanumeric, right? Third thing would be any exception for any particular digit. Let's say I don't want number 3, number 9, anything. 4 is like I want my number which should start from 1 or 2 or 3. So all these are covered under the serialization profile key. And this is a configuration. In the configuration session, I will show in the system how this should be configured. But now if you just click here, you will see the profiles, all the profiles here. Now, who will decide that I need a 20-digit serial number, I need a this and that? Who will decide this? This serialization is for country regulations. So manufacturer has to comply with the country regulations requirement. If it is a US country, okay, if it is a US country, then you have to configure a serialization profile key which is compliant with US regulation requirements. If it is EU, then you have to do it accordingly. So when you click here, all these serialization profile keys, it will be fetched based on the country, profile country. So if US is here, I will click on the determined profile. It will this is already determined, okay? So here you don't need to manually type anything. Based on the country, ATTP will determine the profile. So country is important because anyway, all the serialization attributes are nothing but we have to satisfy the regulations requirement. One single product which you send to both the countries. Well, in pharma, I have not come up with such scenario, but in other industries, I know that. But in pharma, it is not. Right now, it is not there. Yeah, in ECC they won't be having a different material for that. But in that case, you in ATTP also you can assign different, because target market is different, no? Here it is US, and your other market would be, let's say, EU. So you can align make a country as EU and then provide a serialization profile key which is satisfied for EU regulation. No, that will be in the concept when I will explain about the variants. I will cover it. Yeah, so here only you can see that this is just one thing, okay, variant one. But let's say same chitin associated with a different material, so you can have another row here, and there you will. And then we have something called range definition. Okay, so range definition is anyway I will explain when I will cover the serial number management part. But here just to make a how this range definition is connected to the trade item. So you can see under this JITIN you have this range definition. So now if you just click here on the assign or create, it will automatically create. Range definition will be automatically created, but based on serialization profile key. Now, range definition is nothing but a span of number. Okay, so it's a huge let's say a range from 000 to 999. But this range will be only created based on the serialization profile key. So if my profile key is such that I only want 20-digit numbers, alphanumeric numbers like that, then my range definition will be created accordingly. If you double click on range definition, you will be redirected to range definition as well. Now let's go here. So these are the your profile relevant country. Then this is like your plant. So it is since the plant was assigned, so we can see here. Then systems. So these are the system. I will come to the system section and I will explain you. Trade item attributes. So again, any specific attributes you have, you can maintain. This specific field is used in China regulations. But yeah, under this you can click assign attributes. This is additional attribute for any other thing. So you can see some attributes are already assigned. Drug name, etc. These are US specific. You can see SC, US strand. So these are the US specific attributes. Text is nothing but some some material description. So this is the description and change log. So here you can see whatever the change is performed. Okay, should we move to this last one, systems? Okay. So, okay, and let me also go to my slide if I miss anything. JITIN serialization type. We have already understood lot managed, serialized, and serialized publish only, and serialized and traced. Then we have seen the profile relevant country, which is nothing but the target market. Then we see the serial number management type. Then we have the business partner to provide serial number. Okay, this I actually missed to explain you. So here, if you see, let me go back to the trade items. Yeah, so the business partner which is this one, business partner to provide serial number. This field will only be applicable if the particular product is having external serial number management. Because if it is externally managed, then we have to provide the business partner who will provide us the serial numbers. So, but if we have internally managed JITIN, then we will not assign anything because ATTP will anyway know that this is the internal JITIN. So ATTP needs to provide serial numbers. Hope I'm clear. What you are understanding is a serialized data exchange. That means EPCIS file and all. Here, first is the serial number, okay? Because if you go back to my that slide when I explained the serial number request and response, first thing is packaging line will request a serial number to ATTP. and ATTP will provide a serial number. After that, all the commissioning, packing, all the manufacturing operations will be performed, and then commissioning data will come to ATTP. Commissioning data is nothing but your SGTINs. Then packing will be performed, all these things. So to do all these things, the basic thing is a serial number. So we need to, the packaging line need to request ATTP. Now, if this GTIN is there, this ending with 789, if serial number request is posted to ATTP, then ATTP will check that, okay, this GTIN is having serial number management type is internal. Yes, then only I can provide the number to this GTIN. If it is having external, then ATTP will not entertain it. On the other hand, you need to request a serial number to some other systems, ATTP or non-SAP serialization system. So there you can only request if serial number management is external. And then when you receive serial number, ATTP will perform a validation that this business partner which you have maintained here has provided or not. And to maintain business partner, like number here, you have to maintain business partner details over this business partner section. So in this way, trade item and business partners are also linked together. Now let's move to the last section, which is systems. So I will just give a blind random search. Here in the same selection screen, you can see system name, system type. Let's go to the system type. So we have these much of types available here. ERP system is also there, warehouse system, AII system, other external systems. So usually when you have your CMO or partner, you will create system by using this type called other external system. Then if you have warehouse operations, okay, handheld devices, you must be aware of handheld scanners and all. So to represent those devices in your system, you will create system master data and you will provide type as 9, like that. So I think most of the time this is only used 6, okay. But yes, and 9, these two are generally used, but we have option to use other as well. This is just for recognition that, okay, what is this bit? This is fixed device, this is external system, etc. Okay, and if I go to add selection, just one moment, this is taking time. Yeah. So you can see global trade item number changed on changed by. So you can find particular system based on trade item, based on business partner. So here also you can see the relationship. Now I will click on show hide selection. So the first system is pack system. It is active, it is fixed device. Now let's come to the details part. System status. So you, as all the other master data, this will also be having the status of created, activate, obsolete, etc. So when you create an system master is something you have to create locally in ATTP, because this is ATTP specific thing. So you cannot integrate from anywhere. And you have to assign a business partner of the system. So you have to assign a particular owner. So here, if you see this 2945 is assigned, if you double click on this, you will be routed to the business partner section. Yeah. And if you go to the assigned system, you will see that particular system here. So I will click on the back. Okay. Then we have this 2 check boxes. Allow serial number request and allow SSCC range requests. Okay. So before that, let's go to communication settings, and then you will be able to understand. Just one moment, guys. I will put a charger. Just one moment. Okay. So here communication type is, if you go here in if you press F4, then you will see the different communication types, either RFC call or either web service call. These are some technical things, but this is how the connectivity is built. So web service call is, you can consider it like HTTPS. Okay, so you will be having a URL and you will connect to that URL. You can also understand like you have some API. Okay, so how that API works? So API will have some URL. So from your mobile, you connect to some website. Similar thing will happen here. I will explain you in detail in configuration, but now just to understand, it's a web service call. Another is a remote function call. So usually ECC connect with ATTP using RFC call. So communication type is here. Then another important thing is data communication mode, synchronous or asynchronous. So synchronous connection is something when, let's say ATTP connect with the other system, ATTP sends the message, and at the same time ATTP will receive the response. That is known as a synchronous call. But if so, in the synchronous call, one interface will send also and it will also receive. For asynchronous interface, it is something like ATTP will send the response, but it will not wait for the HTTP will send the message, but it will not wait for the response. Response will be received at any time on other interface. Then the another important thing is logical port, which here it is not mentioned, but logical port will contain all the information, let's say where actually the message should route. So URL, for example, okay, so that URL will be maintained under the logical port. So why I am explaining this? Because this is something like a, if you want to send a message in postcard, you have this address. Okay, so this is the address. So how the message from where the message should route, ATTP will decide based on the systems. So you can see all the communication settings are maintained here. Now let's come back to the details. And this the systems are assigned to trade items and SSCCs. So if you tick mark these boxes, that means that all the trade items, I mean, this system can be can trigger a serial number request for any trade item. But if you want to restrict it to some particular serial number, you can remove this checkbox and you can go to the allowed trade item and you can manually maintain it. Right now, since you have click the checkbox all the serial number allowed, so it will not show any particular one. But if you will just click on, if you uncheck that box, then you need to manually enter the trade items. And then we have allow SSCC range request as well. So if you click here, you can request for any company prefix. Otherwise you have to maintain separately. Then these are some fields like maximum serial number per request and default outstanding numbers. So maximum serial number per request, if it is let's say 1500, then this under this particular system, ATTP can only receive any request up to 1500 numbers. If ATTP receives a request for let's say 2000 number, then ATTP will only provide 1500. Similarly, the default outstanding number is something when ATTP is requesting serial numbers to the other system. So here also, if you want to restrict, you can restrict it. But usually in projects, you will not maintain any such kind of limitations until you have some specific requirement. Then allowed trade item, allowed range, assigned ranges. All these are like, if I go here, So you can see that under this system, this is the range. When we go to the ranges, I will explain this, but you can consider the relationship. The system is assigned with ranges and authorized GLNs if particular, let's say the business partner is associated to the system. Okay, so for now here, no authorized GLN is actually associated with the system. Anyway, this is actually not that much of importance for now. And if you go to the change documents, as you can see all the logs, which you have already seen for trade item, location, etc. So this is something related to systems we have just seen. And I think so these are the 4 master data which we have covered. So now we will, in the next session, we will go to the serial number management, and then we will understand how the serial number request is triggered, and how ATTP will receive the serial number request, all such things. Let me go back to my slide. Yeah, all these are covered. Communication type, logical port, synchronous, asynchronous, yes. Okay, so I think this particular information related to master data is covered now. Any question, guys? Anything you want to clarify? Okay, I will consider it as no. Thank you very much.
Your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What enables the integration between SAP Advanced Track and Trace for Pharmaceuticals and SAP ERP? A. Serial number service interface. B. Product lifecycle management. C. Remote function call D. eDoc interface. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section.
Okay, so let's start today's session. Before that, let's have a very quick revision for what we have seen yesterday in the last session. This was our last session's presentation. Okay, so we went through business partners, locations, trade items, and systems. As I explained that ATTP has this cockpit, data cockpit. It is nothing but a one transaction which provides
System, can you explain a little bit? I couldn't understand the words. System is like a packing line, or it is like a how its system is. Actually, there is a bit understanding.
Yeah. So basically, if if I go to the SAP, then it will be easier for me to explain you about systems. Okay. So this is the system I have created. Okay. Now, what all information it contains? First is these are systems own attributes. So these are like system description and name. This is all fine. This is also like system type. What type of the system? Okay. Just leave it for now. Important thing comes is, let's say, communication settings. So communication type, what type of mode it will use to communicate or connect with the supplier system or 3PL system or any external system. Then communication mode, if you just here check synchronous versus asynchronous call. Okay. Then we have important thing which is called a logical port name. Okay. This logical port also I will explain once I will explain the interfaces. But for now, in layman's language, under this logical port, you will have a URL. Now, let's say you want to connect to YouTube. Okay, then you need a www.youtube.com, right? That is your address. If that is there, then only you will route to your whatever the website you want. Similarly, ATTP wants to, let's say, send a serial number request to the other system. Okay.
Okay.
So ATTP system will what it will do. So today we will learn serial number request. So there, this funda will be more clear to you. But let's say I want to trigger a serial number request to my customer's ATTP. In that case, serial number request needs a global trade item number, because global trade item number will have all the relevant information like range definition, everything. Okay. But now ATTP want to send it. So where is the path? So that path will be decided by logical port. Along with that, all these attributes. Okay, but now, right now, I can only explain you the logical port so that at very high level things will be clear. But there are other attributes also, like web service call versus RFC. So if you know that in ATTP is connected with ERP using RFC call. So these are the two communication modes. If SAP to SAP communication needs to work, then you can use RFC. But if SAP to third-party system needs to be connected, you need to go for a web service call. So all this kind of information will be picked from this master data. It's like if you want to send a postcard, then you need everything, right? You need city name, you need pin code, everything. So just consider that system master data is for communication purpose. And another important thing is this system is assigned to this business partner. So let's say this business partner, okay, so this is the owner of this system. Now if you double click on this business partner, you will come to know the GLN. Okay, so in EPCIS file, if you just recall, in EPCIS we had read point. Okay,
Yes.
that read point is nothing but the GLN. So when serialized data is received from ATTP to ATTP system, ATTP will check that, okay, under this read point, which system was there and was serial number request performed from ATTP. If ATTP system has not performed any serial number request, ATTP will also not accept the serial numbers. So this kind of validation will be performed, right? So at very high level, just understand system is for communication purpose. Okay, then just one moment. Yeah. So this was ATTP's cockpit, and we have master data here. Okay, so I think what I will do, I will have a hands-on session, okay, for all these 4 master data. Right now, we all together will create one by one master data, and there only we will have a good revision, okay? So, yeah, let's start from fresh. Okay, I will not spend much time, but it will be a good idea to, tell you how ATTP is, able to create the master data. So there are 2 things. Either the master data will be integrated from ERP, or you can locally create master data. So let's say I want to create a trade item. So you just double click on this trade items, and then here you all know we have by default is a display status. You just go and click on the display edit. Now you have this create button. You can just click here. Okay, now these are some fields you can enter. If the GTIN is, if let's say a trade item is integrated from ERP, everything will be fetched from ERP. And then the thing comes that, okay, if everything is fetched from ERP, then you also need to maintain this in ERP. Okay, so those things will be covered in that session when I will explain you the integration from ERP to ATTP. But for now, we will maintain everything locally. So first is GTIN. So I should have a GTIN. Okay. Now here also one trick I will show you, that let's say I have this trade item I already created. If whenever I create a trade item, I don't know the material number. I will provide material number by my own. So this material will not be there in ECC, right? Yeah. So why ATTP has provided this functionality? Because there are many instances where the client will not have a ERP module, and ATTP they are using as a standalone serialization system. So ATTP can also work without integration, right? Just that is the only only thing. But usually it is not the case because everybody will have their ERP system. So now let's say I want to create a trade item. So what I will do, okay, I will also not show this, just let's click on this search button and click on the show hide selection. So I have many trade items. Now, one important thing is this trade item contains GCP, global company prefix, and global company prefix has to be present in ATTP, then only you can create a trade item. So since these trade items are already there, so I know that I assume that global company prefix is already there. So what I will do, I will just copy this trade item. Okay, paste here. And I know that GCP is from 6 digit to 11 digit. So we can just assume that 6, 7, 8, 9 GCP might be like till here. So what I will do, I will just change this last 3 digit. Okay, and I will remove the last digit because I know it is a check digit, and check digit is a um, electronically calculated, so we cannot decide the check digit. So I will remove it. And now I taught you in the first session there is this website check digit calculator, where if you provide 13 digit, then it will calculate the last digit. Okay. So I have provided my 13 digit number here. I am just clicking on. So it is providing me this last digit. So I will just add here. So now my 14 digit is completed. Similarly, if you provide 12 digit, it will provide the 13th digit, and that you can use for GLN. So this is, I am teaching you, this will help in your testing scenarios where you don't have a data and you just want to quickly check. But usually you will have predefined global trade item numbers. So now I will go to create button. I will click on the create button. I will just provide trade item. Then description, you can use anything. Now this is the unit of measure. So we want item to be created. If you want the trade item for bundle or for case or carton, you can choose accordingly. Now the serialization type. Anyone can tell me what is the serialization type? These are the values. Can anyone explain me? So if it is lot managed, then you can only treat at lot level. Okay. So if batches is created in ECC, those will be integrated in ATTP. But after that, let's say you are performing a commissioning process. Commissioning means fixing the barcode at the item level. Then when you scan it, commissioning will not be posted because this GTIN will only for batch tracking. That's it. So the functionality is very limited. Then if you choose this second one, which is serialized publishing only, then you can track at lot level, and you can also handle commissioning, but not packing and other things. And if you choose 3, then it will be available for all the serialization processes. So commissioning, packing, everything. And if you select 1, you can go from 1 to 2 and from 2 to 3, but you cannot go back. So if you have chosen 3, you cannot go from 3 to 2. So this is just for information purpose. Actually, 90% scenario in your client, you will use serialization type as 3 only. Then profile relevant country. Can anyone tell me which country we are talking about here? Manufacturing country or selling country? Target country or selling country. Very good. So I am using Germany as my, and here this is your ERP material number. You can use any material number here. So I will just click on the confirm. You can see my trade item is created now. Okay. Here initial status will always be created. Now if you go to the details session, you will hear, and you can also scroll this. Okay, so if you don't want other information and you want some more space here, you can just scroll it. System is little slow, so expect some delay. Okay, so you can see it is created status, serialized and trade is there. Then we have profile relevant country. And here, this attribute, serial number management type, what is that? External production. Very good. So here I will choose internal. So this will tell you that, okay, this serial number is a this chitin is internal one. So ATTP will provide serial number to it. And now let me save this. Now another important point is serialization profile key. Okay, today we will learn in detail about this, but as a master data, what is serialization profile key, if any one of you remember? So now what I will do, I will just click on this determine profile. Okay. Yeah, and you can see that ATTP already automatically provided me this serialization profile key. Are you able to see serialization profile key? I have updated with Z user 112. So where was that button? Okay, so if I scroll a little bit up, so you can see this determined profile. Just click on this determined profile, and ATTP will automatically take a serialization profile key. So how ATTP takes it? Is it a part of configuration? That we will check today. So now serialization profile key is assigned. Now the next thing is a range definition. Here also I will just click on the assign and create. The moment you will click on assign and create, this kind of a pop-up will come. You will just click on yes button. Okay, now this kind of window you will see. Yeah, so here you can see that I just clicked on that button, and you can see the range definition name ATTP has already provided by its own. Serialization profile key is this one, and you can see all these attributes. So serial number type is numeric, length is 14, randomization mode, this is something I will explain. Serial number reuse horizon, all these are taken from serialization profile key. So you just need to now click on confirm button. Yeah, and now you can see that range definition is also here assigned. Now the last step is select the trade item, change the status from created to activate. Okay, so now this trade item is activated. So this is whenever somebody tells you that trade item needs to be set up, so this is the changing the status is manual. Okay, and here when somebody asks you about serialization attributes, so these are the attributes which a trade items is assigned. So profile relevant country, serialization profile key, range definition, all these attributes are needs to be assigned. Now I think Keval, you asked me one question that, let's say if one particular product is sold in 2 different countries, then how we will manage? Yeah, actually this kind of scenarios in pharma is I'm not saying it is very rare, but in pharma what they do, for each country they have their own master data. So if one paracetamol is sold in Germany, so you have material XXX, and if the same paracetamol is sold in, let's say, US, so they have a material XXY. In that case you have two different trade items at all. So it's not like you will use the same trade item, same JITing for two different products. You will have different JITings. If you have a different JITing, you can assign a separate profile, separate serialization profile key, and there you can define that, okay, I will, this for this trade item I need a 20-digit number. For this trade item I need a 14-digit number, like that. Okay, so this is what trade item was. Okay. So here also, if you scroll right side, so you have all these things, and at the end you have change documents. Yeah, so here you can see all the changes. Okay. Now let's go to business partners. So we have created trade items. Actually, in ATTP, there is no direct relation between trade item and plant, but in Material Master you have, right? Well, in some of your views, you have in MM, you have a product associated with plant. So when you integrate the trade item, the plants will also be integrated, and you will see here under the plants. But there is no much importance for this trade item and plant. It is just maybe for information purpose, or I have not encountered any real time any scenario for this. Now let's go to business partners. So let's create a business partner. Yeah, are you guys are able to see the business partner screen here? So here also you have this button, create button. Just click on the create button. So this screen will come. So you can see that business partner role type we can see here, and that is our mandatory field. So these are the different business partners. Now I will create own organization. So always remember that in your track and trace system, you have customers, vendors, and contract manufacturers, but you also need to create a business entity which will refer to you. So if I am Pfizer company and I am configuring Pfizer's ATTP, so for me Pfizer will be my own organization, and own organization cannot be integrated because in your ERP you will not have your own organization as a customer or as a vendor. So that has to be created manually in ATTP. Okay. So I will just choose own organization here, and role number, business partner role number is nothing but your ECC number. So for now you can give anything, and we have business partner name. You can choose anything. You can write anything. Then we have this called global company prefix. Company prefix, if you have right now, you can maintain, or otherwise you can maintain later. And same goes for global location number. So I will just click on the confirm button. Yeah. So the business partner is created. The by default status is created status. You have business partner status here. Then global location number is missing. So you can add a location number, and the theory will be same. You can have any location number provided. I mean, you can take any location number and manipulate last 2-3 digits and get a check digit from check digit calculator. Remember, this is for testing, I am saying. Okay. Yeah, so I have pasted 12 digits, and I will click on the check digit calculator. So it will provide me the last digit. Harish, you are asking something? Yeah, so you can see that check digit 1 is calculated. I can simply copy this and can go to ATTP and provide my global location number. Okay, and I will click on the save button. Yeah, I think I have done some mistake in copying. No, I have actually entered 13 digit. but I am actually going for a global location number. So I should add a 12 digit. Since I have added 13 digits, so it provided me the 14 digit, and now this has become GTIN instead of GLN. So yeah, how many digits? 12. Okay, so I will just click here. In fact, in you can see that here in error the check digit must be 4. So ATTP also helps you to get a check digit. If let's say you have done some mistake, it will provide the correct last digit as well. Kind of providing some logs only. I have not actually checked this button. This will not give any impact or any benefit in functional side. I will also explore. And then we have this something called supply chain notification SCN profile and notification system. So SCN profile, I briefly introduced last time that it is nothing but your, um, it is a kind of a profile which will decide that, okay, what kind of data needs to be sent to 3PL in a EASN, okay, supply chain notification. So either only commissioning or commissioning and packing or commissioning, packing and shipping. What kind of data you want to send it. And similarly, the notification system is nothing but the system only, which will help ATTP to connect with the third-party system. And for every SCN profile, you need a one system here. So this is our configuration. We will take separately. But basically, these are the important fields in business partners. Address, nothing to explain. It is directly copied from ERP or you can maintain by your own. Under the company prefix, if I click here, you will see a blank field and you need to assign company prefixes. So you can add company prefixes, click on the assign button, and if let's say I click on assign button, and now I am giving a company prefix. ATTP has its own validations. If some company prefixes are already there, you will get error. Okay, let's say I'm giving this. Okay, so it allowed me. So that means there is no error. I can click on the save button. Similarly, the plants. So under this business partner, if we create any location and assign this business partner, you will get a plant here. And similarly, the systems. So I showed you that I created a system and assigned a business partner. So that system you can see here. Company registrations are nothing but for now, consider it as a attributes, specific attributes. Okay, those are relevant for reporting purpose. So we will see that. But let's say if you want to assign something which is not there in a standard ATTP, you can leverage this company registrations. All the master data will have such kind of facility. Trade item is also having general attribute. Location is also having some attributes filled. And this is a change document. Now, let's quickly go through locations. Okay, so guys, are you able to see this log? While creating, as I told you, that if the GCP is having, I am just randomly giving a global company prefix. So here I am getting this error that GCP 123456 with the same prefix pattern exists. Okay, so because I have given GCP 123456 but ATTP already have 123456, then ATTP will not allow GCP with any of the GCP which is having this kind of pattern. Okay, so this is a good scenario to explain. Okay, so for example, you have a GCP 123456 in the system. You cannot use 123456 because this GCP already contained the upper GCP. So GS1 will not make this kind of mistake. So if you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you cannot have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So, but this kind of thing happens when you actually test it. So for now, I will just remove this GCP. Now it will allow me to save. Now let's go to locations. Okay, and here also you can click on the create button. Now when you click on the create button, these fields are there. So the first is location number, name, only a type is the, yeah. So in the type you can see plant, storage location, etc., etc. I will choose plant, and location number I will just give anything. Then you have location number here. Then you have location business partner number. So the business partner who owns the plant. So I think for now, or you can directly give GLN here if you want. So let's give it here. So I have this GLN with me. For now, everything is testing, so you can give anything that it will accept. Here number, it, I mean, it whatever there is in ECC, it will be captured here. Okay, so that is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, but here, I mean, whatever you want, let's give number, but there is no such kind of validation, so it's fine. So let's say I have provided this GLN and I am providing extension, okay, and name anything like test, and we will assign a business partner which we just created as a location business partner number. So I'm just clicking on the save or confirm. Yeah, so now you can see that this location is created, and here the system group is local because it is created internally or locally. And now we will give the business partner, we will assign a business partner. So what we can do, we can go to our business partner which we have created. As I already told, right, all this master data, business partner, location, trade item can be integrated, and in ideal scenario, it has to be integrated only. Okay. The only thing right now I am explaining is because in your quality environment, when you are, let's say, in development environment, when you don't have a data, you have to create it. Okay. And this is a good way of revision. Okay. And while creating, I am also explaining little bit about the system. Okay. And yeah, so every business partner, once you created, you have to activate it. So we forgot this to activate. So now I will activate it. And this is my business partner number. I am copying. I will again go to the location, and here I will assign. Yeah, so I will assign this business partner, and I will save it. Okay, now you can see that the field EPC SGLN URI is still not calculated. Okay, now let me change the status. Yeah, so even after changing the status, this EPC URI is not calculated. So that means that GCP is not maintained for this particular global location number. Okay. So in that case, let's quickly maintain a GCP and see. Let's see if ATTP allows it. So where you will maintain GCP, you will go to business partners, and since I have created the business partner latest, so it is already here. It is not allowing me. Display log. Yeah, so there is some problem with this GCP. Okay, there are like many invalidate the existing one. So now I think you need to actually check where exactly we have some problem with the GCP. Okay, that is some different part. I will not go into much detail, but this is a master data issue. Such kind of things will come, as a part of tickets. So you have to solve it. I will just take a screenshot of this. So anyways, but when let's say I have this GCP working, then if I maintain the GCP and if I go to location, the EPC URI field will be automatically calculated. Okay, so this troubleshoot, I will do it and I will tell you. Okay, and the systems we have seen. Okay, so I will not create a system for now. So yeah, this was like, this is how you can explore. So you guys are also having system with you. So please now start exploring this, create your business partner. You can create your own data, like your business partner, your plant, your trade item, and assign the business partner to your location, assign the business partner to the system, like that. And you can get many this kind of errors. Okay, so we can also discuss those kind of things. I think that this was like a quick revision. Anything that you guys are having any question for now? ATTP, for as far as ATTP is concerned, it will only check if it is not having any internal issue. Okay, so as we have just seen that it is denying this 6-digit number because there are some pattern issue. Okay, I can go to at table level and I can detect it and I can do some troubleshoot, right? But it will take time, so I am not doing right now. But yeah, but when you are in a production environment, GCP is something client will already have because GS1 provides it. So you don't need to worry about GCP. If GCP is having issue, let's say you have maintained it in a wrong manner or a wrong number you have maintained in your ATTP. So anyway, that will be get detected when EPCAS file will be posted to ATTP. So ATTP will find that whatever the numbers are there in EPCIS, ATTP is not able to cross check with inside because the number is different. So anyway, you will get error and then you will contact your client that we are getting these issues. So GCP is something, it's a number for ATTP. ATTP will have a technical, um, what we can say, technical criteria to examine, but not something related to business or something related to GS1. That is something a manual thing. Okay, so if you edit a wrong digit, then it is fine. Okay, like say GS1 provided you 1 2 3 4 5 6, but by mistake you have added 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and if such pattern is not exist in ATTP will accept it. That is human error, right? That can be possible for anything. So ATTP will not go to GS1 for validation that is it a correct GCP or not. But this kind of error, chances are very low that you add a wrong GCP, okay? Because it is like 1 or 2 numbers and explicitly provided by the client. So uh, chances are very rare. Today's session, we will cover serial number management, which is nothing but this in the left side. If you go to data cockpit, you will see serial number management section. So we will talk about serialization profile key, which at very high level you already know. Then serialization profile key configuration, because in today's session, when I clicked on the determine profile, it all automatically determined everything. So how ATTP determines this? So behind that we have configuration. Then we will talk about range definition, ranges, and range request and serial number requests. So this process, what I have shown you, maybe even like creating data manually in quality system, all those things are part of your CMO onboarding process or a customer onboarding process. We will have a session for that, but generally when you have a CMO onboarding process, so you have your contract manufacturer, you sit, you have one call and you will understand that these are, this is my interface, this is my middleware, and this is the EPCIS file. You need to comply with that. So because many times contract manufacturers or 3PLs, they are a very small company, they might not have a IT infrastructure. So they might ask us about uh, what kind of data we need to send to you. So all these things we need to explain them, and the middleware person will make a connectivity, and from ATTP side we have to just help them to test, trigger a serial number request, and help them to create a EPCIS file. And at the end, in your quality system, entire scenario has to be performed. Then we will declare that this CMO is onboarded. So this is the process. Okay, so now let's go with serial number management. As we know, right, serial number management is nothing but handling serial numbers. So it's both sequential and randomized. When I say sequential, it is nothing but range managed serial numbers. So ATTP can also send ranges. Let's say a client, contract manufacturer asked to provide a serial number starting from 1 to 10. So that is called sequential serial numbers or range managed serial numbers, and randomized. So if somebody asks for random serial numbers, so from 1 or 10 serial numbers, so ATTP can provide 10 different random numbers. So how ATTP will provide these? So that is something known as a serial number management. Serial numbers are unique identifiers for SSCC and SGT. We all know this. And in the process of serial number generation, country authorities' requirements are considered. So if European Union wants 14-digit number with alphanumeric and excluding, let's say, capital A, then all this kind of thing can be possible in ATTP. And serial number management ensures no duplicate numbers are used in supply chain. So that is also fine. And there is a concept of uniqueness of scope we will see in upcoming slides. Now, let's start from the first attribute, which is serialization profile key. So serialization profile key, basically, it is nothing but the serial number attributes. So what kind of attributes it is taking into account? The first thing, serial number length. So ATTP supports serial number length between 1 to 40 characters. Now serial number type. So numeric, which only have 0 to 9 numbers. Alphanumeric, so it includes various options. First is capital letters. So it allows numbers from 0 to 9 and 26 capital letters. Then alphanumeric, so 0 to 9 as a digit and small letters and capital letters together, so 52 characters. And then we have alphanumeric with exclusion list. So here you have all the 52 characters and 0 to 9 digits, but you can also specify what digits you don't want. So these are the serial number types. Let's go ahead. Okay, so now let's go to this attribute called serial randomization mode. Okay, so ATTP allows this kind of randomization modes. One is to 100, one is to 1000, and one is to 10,000. What is the meaning of this? So when we say 1 is to 100, that means that if you have, let's say, when ATTP will create one number, the next number he will create will be like 1101. So 100 numbers gap. In other words, if you have a range of 10,000 numbers, then ATTP will only create 100 numbers. Okay. So why the 100 numbers means it will take care of enough randomization. Now let's say if you choose 1 is to 1000, then consider that if you have a 10,000 numbers in a range, then ATTP will only create 10 numbers. So 10,000 divided by 1000. And similarly, if you choose 1 is to 10,000, then for a range of 10,000 numbers, ATTP will only create one number. Hope I'm clear. So these are nothing but, the moment you go from 100 to 10,000, these will add more power to the randomization. First number would be 1 is just for an example. You just consider it like that. Let's say you have a range of 10,000 serial numbers with you. And if you have chosen 1 is to 100, then just divide the 10,000 by 100. Okay, so only 100 numbers will be created. So it will pick only 100 numbers out of 10,000 number with some randomization program inside. So it will take care of, not two numbers are close. So we can say like hundreds gap, like that. You will not see the exact 100 gap, but it will be like enough distance between two numbers. Similarly, if you choose 1 to 10,000, then only one number will be created if the serial number is having 10,000 numbers. But usually in a range, you will have a range will be having huge numbers. Like if you choose 14-digit number, it will have 14 digits. So just imagine. Okay, so in that case, it will work. You have to multiply this. So if you choose 1 to 10,000, so I have explained you for 10,000 numbers range, but now you have 14-digit range. So accordingly, ATTP will calculate it. This is also something, regulations requirement. So if I know, then EU requirement is they want 1 is to 10,000 randomization. So you will get to know from the from the requirement itself. So you just need to set it in the configuration. Now let's come to uniqueness of scope. Just one moment. Yeah, now you can see my screen. So what is this meaning of uniqueness of scope? So uniqueness by trade item, uniqueness by product category, uniqueness by country or globally. So this attribute explains us that whatever the serial number ATTP generates, do you want it to be unique per trade item? So for example, I have one trade item. So the serial number will only be unique to that trade item, but two trade items can have same serial number. This is the first option. Second option is uniqueness by product category. So if you choose this and if you have created some category, and then under that category, whatever the trade items are there, for them, serial number will be unique. Third thing is by country portfolio. So if you want that for European Union, whatever the trade items I have, all the trade items should have a unique serial number, then you can choose this. And the fourth one is the global. So in that case, your serial number will be completely unique from all the products. Now the question is, serial number has to be unique. Then why we are saying that two different trade number might be having same serial number if you choose the first option? Yeah, why somebody needs to choose this first option? So because even though serial numbers are same, trade items are different, and see, SGTIN is nothing but the combination of serial number and GTIN. So this what option to be chosen, this is from client side, what kind of uniqueness they want. But in all these four options, some kind of uniqueness is already there. So when you are in a requirement gathering with client, you can also explain that what kind of uniqueness they want in their industry or their business. Most of the companies follow the byproduct, so uniqueness by trade item. And similarly, if you go for this one, randomization, which I explained you earlier, the standard is 1 is to 10,000. Product category in the trade item itself, you will see one field. Okay, I will show you. I have actually created separate examples for that in our ATTP system. So it's simple. It is a simple field and manual field. You can just mention product category as ABC. It will directly take it. The idea behind it is in material. You have some concept like under this product category, let's say product category of some XYZ, 3 or 4 materials are combined, 3 or 4 materials are under the same category. So just to identify that, ATTP has provided that field. And by any chance, if you want that under this product category, whatever the trade items are there, I want to make sure that those products will have a unique serial number. So you can accordingly choose that uh, option which I have shown you right now. Yeah, but even like generally, I have not seen product category to be used usually, but yeah, it is good to know. Okay, I will show you here. In fact, we will just see configuration part, and I have to explain that as well. So yeah, it will be covered. Yeah, now the part which I am going to explain is the serialization profile key configuration. And this is something very important. You have to do it as a ATTP consultant. So the path I have just highlighted, you can go to SAP menu, track and trace, and then repository customizing, and then you have a serialization settings, and then you can go to the maintain serialization profile, or you have a transaction code, you can just execute the transaction. Yeah. So when you open this particular configuration, this screen will be shown. Okay. So you can see here many profile keys are created and all the attributes are there. So serial number, length, type, randomization, scope, and serial number reuse. All these things are there. In the left side, you can see serialization profile key. Under the profile key, you have country assignments and unit of measure restrictions. Then the second section is external serial numbers. And then the third section is the range automation. So let's see one by one. Okay, let me go to ATTP for that. Okay, are you able to see my screen now? I think so. This is the serialization profile key configuration. Okay, so you can see many serial number serialization profile key has created. So let's see this first one. So how many numbers? So if you click here, you will see that serial number length 12, 13, 14, different options are there. Then you can see this type, whether it is numeric or alphanumeric. So that is there. Then you have this serial number randomization. So as I explained you, there are different type of randomization options. It is either 1:100, 1:1000, or 1:10,000. Anyway, so in the scope, as I already explained you, we have different, options like serial number, uniqueness by product category, country, or globally. Then we have something called serial number reuse horizon. So what is this reuse horizon? So if if you have some kind of expiry date for your product, that not date, but let's say this particular product number has to be there unique for 5 years. After that, you can reuse it. So such kind of requirements are there in pharma. So what you can do is you can put your horizon as 5. So after 5 years, that number will be reusable. Okay, but within that 5 years, ATTP will not assign that number to any other any product or anything. It will be all unique to you. So this is called a serial number reuse horizon. We will also see this attribute in range definition when we cover it. And then we have something called range automation. So range automation, I will cover after, like, by explaining two more attributes. Now, let's say I want to create a serialization profile by my own. I will just click on this new entries. Okay, if I will just click here in the new entries. Okay, so you can see that a blank screen appears. When you click on the new entry, you just need to maintain the profile key name. Um, or any standard you can follow. It depends on client to client. So we usually follow Z, and then you can write a number or write a name. I can type like Z underscore users user 113. Then serial number randomization, I will choose 1 to 10,000. Then serial number scope, I will choose by product. Okay, reuse, I am choosing 3. Okay, and I will see what is the, I will show you what is the impact of choosing number here. Automation profile, I am not choosing right now. Okay. And here you can see length. I am choosing a length of 14 digit. And serial number type, I am choosing numeric here. And description, anything you can give. Okay. And you need to just click on the save button. So this is a transportable change. So ATTP will ask TR. Okay, I have already created my TR, so I will save all the changes under one TR. Okay, so now this particular profile is created. Now I will select this profile and I will go to country assignments. Yeah, so now you can see profile and country. Okay, now just remember that session when I have clicked on that determine profile and ATTP throw a profile. So how ATTP will know which profile it needs to provide to you? That is based on the country. So profile relevant country is important thing. If you have a profile relevant country, then ATTP will come to this configuration and it will pick the profile accordingly. So I will click on the new entry and I will give another country, let's say, or let's say I'm giving a country Germany here and I'm saving it. Then the third part is a unit of measure restriction. So by any chance, if you want to restrict this particular profile key for one particular unit of measure, you can declare that unit of measure here. You can go to unit of measure restrictions. So select the serialization profile key and go to unit of measure restrictions. Yeah, so you can see under the profile, you can maintain a particular unit of measure and ATTP will only create numbers for that unit of measure from this profile. Okay, so I am not maintaining anything here. I will keep it blank. Usually we don't use this, okay, but let's say in some scenario, because serialization profile key is what? It is the serial number attributes. So 14-digit number with alphanumeric, etc., etc. Now I want different serial numbers for case and different serial numbers for items. So my item serial number should be numeric, but my carton serial number should be alphanumeric. If such kind of things are there, which I have not seen, but if you have such kind of requirements, what you can do, you can restrict this particular serialization profile key with only unit of measure as each, for example. So only for each this serialization profile key will be determined. If your JITIN is carton, ATTP will not determine this serialization profile key even though country is same. Okay, so let's say my carton JITIN and my item JITIN both are having same profile relevant country called Germany. Okay, but if I click on that determine serialization profile key, it will not pick this one if you have restricted for items. So it will not pick this for cartons. Okay, got it. Yeah. So now the second tab is a external serial number serialization profile key for external serial numbers. So let's go back and one more step. Okay. So now you can see my serialization profile key window. Now we will create a serialization profile key for externally managed serial numbers. So again, you just need to click on that new, create a new profile. You can give a name. I usually give some suffix here so that we can understand, okay, this is for external. So ext. Length, let's give it same 14-digit length. Okay, it's numeric. And for randomization, here we need to choose randomized externally, the last option. So when you choose randomized externally, ATTP will come to know that, okay, I don't need to create numbers for this GTIN. I need to accept the numbers from other systems. Yeah. And here, I think we don't need any other attribute here, okay, because serial numbers are supposed to be provided by other systems, okay. In fact, this profile we are created just so that ATTP will know that, okay, I don't need to create a number for this GTIN. There is no validation from ATTP that, okay, 14-digit numbers are there, so ATTP will only allow 14-digit. That is something needs to be taken care from the other system. So whenever you create a serialization profile key for external numbers, those are for so that ATTP will know that this is not internal. So we have created this profile. I will just save this. Okay, so profile is created. Now I will go to this section called business partner country assignment. Yeah, so here you can see we have in the earlier section we had only profile relevant country because those were the internal serialization profile key. So ATTP doesn't want business partner information there because it is internal business partner ATTP's own numbers. But here, since we are expecting serial numbers from the external party, we also need to explain or maintain here from which business partner we are getting it. So let's give any particular country here. And then business partner number you can mention. Okay, if you don't remember, you can click on the magnifying glass, you can choose any business partner. Okay. And then you can just click on the save button. And same here also we have unit of measure restrictions. So this covers two things. One is internal serialization profile, second is the external serialization profile. Now the third thing comes is a range automation settings. Range automation settings. So if you double click on the range automation, you will have automation profiles here. Okay. Now let's understand what is automation profile. So we have these fields. We need to understand these fields first. So first is the prefix. Okay, what are the prefix of the number you want? Okay, so you can give like 2 or 3 or 5. These are the prefixes. Okay, then the second is range expiry in month. So after how many months you want this ranges to be expired. Then this attribute I will explain later. Here let's come to threshold, and then we have a lot size. So let's say you want ATTP to make sure that from the serial numbers, if the serial numbers go below 5,000, which I have set as a threshold, 2,000 serial numbers should be automatically created. So this is threshold is a level. You don't want to go below that. And the moment it goes below that, the lot size is the size which ATTP will create by its own. Okay, and then this is the level. So up to what percentage your range should be filled, and if it is below 90%, you will have this alert. You will have this radio button on. It's like that. But all these are, if you go to the range definition level, all these you can maintain manually. But if you don't want to manually maintain, you can create a range automation profile here. Okay, and then if you go inside this, let's say I have selected this range automation profile and I'm going to range to be blocked. Okay, now I can also here provide that I want particular ranges starting from, let's say, prefix 1 to be blocked. So what ATTP will do, ATTP will create those ranges, but it will block that ranges automatically so that those ranges will not be used. Then we have same like ranges to be used. So these are like exceptions. So if you only want to use ranges starting from this digits, you can mention this. Once this profile is created, range automation profile, you can assign it to the serialization profile. So if you go to serialization profile, you have this range automation profile at the end. Yeah, so you can assign the range automation profile here. If it is assigned, all these will be created automatically. But if it is not assigned, so you need to manually go to the range. You have to manually add the threshold, lot size, all those attributes. You need to manually create numbers for the first time. All those things you have to do it by your own. So this was serialization profile key configuration. Any questions? No, not maximum limit. So how it works? I think after this, the another topic would be the range definition. So where I am going to explain, but let me take your question now. So when you create a range definition, okay, range definition is what? It is nothing but a span or pool of serial numbers. Okay, so when you create a range definition, it will have, let's say, numbers from 1112 to 9999 all. But to create a range, initially you need to generate numbers. Okay, so if you go to generate numbers, you have to initially, let's say I will generate 1 lakh numbers, then those numbers will be there. But now if you have set up this threshold and lot size, so what ATTP will do, ATTP will, the moment range definition is created, it will create enough number which is above your threshold. And the moment threshold goes down, I mean the moment your numbers goes below threshold, another same number will be created. So for example, you have created a range definition and right now you have 1000 serial numbers in it, and you have set up your threshold as 500 and lot size is 200. The moment serial number goes below 500, another 200 will be automatically created. But if you have not maintained this, then you have to keep monitoring. If at serialization profile key, as I shown, right, if the range automation is maintained here, you don't need to maintain anywhere. The moment you create range definition, you will see it. Okay, let me go to range definitions. I have some created. Just one moment. Here you can see that in the last. Yeah, are you able to see? Yeah. So these are the threshold and lot size. But the moment profile is created and range automation profile is already there, then this will be automatically filled up. Yeah. So now let's go back to the PPT and we will start the range definition. Okay, all these screens are I have explained. We have seen configurations. We have also seen range automation. Okay, so now let's come to range definition. So range definition is nothing but potentially available span of serial numbers. In range definition creation process, if profile key is assigned to the range definition, then system will automatically take all the serialization attributes and it will assign it. Okay, this is the screen of range definition. I will show you in the ATTP system itself, but these are the input fields. So you can search range definition by name, by GTINs, by GCP, etc. Okay, so as I said, it is a potentially available span. So serial number from, you can see, from 1 to 99999. This pool is already there. And on the right side, you can see the attribute, serial number, length, randomization, etc. These are taken from profile. On the top side, you can see the range definition number, range definition description, then serial number, span, status, created, active, etc. And the alert status here and the randomization. So when you say non-randomized, that means it is a sequential range definition. It will provide you ranges. It will not provide you random numbers. Now, important fields for range definition. The first thing is range definition version. So here the concept of reuse horizon comes. Okay, so in serialization profile key we saw reuse, and I told you that we will talk later. So reuse horizon means what? Let's say if reuse horizon is 3 years, that means that after 3 years the numbers can be reused, or ATTP can assign that number to any other product after 3 years, let's say. In that case, what happens? Whatever your range definition, ATTP will divide it into reuse horizon plus 1 year, which means 4. So if my potential available span is from 001 to, let's say, 999, it will be divided by 4, and 4 range definition versions are created. And then one version will be in active status, another one is in a created status. The moment one, and the expiry date concept also comes there. So one version will be active for 1 year, and after that version will be closed. And after reuse horizon, let's say 3 years, that version will again can be used by ATTP. Then we have this alert status. So alerts are nothing but it will actually, if your range definition is about to get expire or not, that it will inform you, and you can execute this report, and you will if you execute this report, then it will check all the range definition, and it will provide the alert status for those range definition which are about to expire. Now let's come to the expiry date concept. So already I just explained, but here we will see in detail. So let's say you have given the reuse horizon as 3, which means ATTP has created 4 versions of range definition. Okay, it divided the one range definition span into four section. Now one version, let's say it is in active. So when the version is active, the expiry date is today plus 1 year. So for 1 year, that particular version will be activated. Any system can request serial number to ATTP, and ATTP will provide the numbers from that version. Now, after 1 year, this version will be closed. And when the version is closed, expiry date will be recalculated. So those will be today plus reuse horizon. Okay, so let's say the reuse horizon is 3, so your version will be closed now, then it will be open after 3 years. And during the moment when it is closed, ATTP will not touch it. So whenever serial number request comes, ATTP will not use this range definition to provide the numbers. Now third thing is range definition group. So it is nothing but it refers the product category. We just I think we discussed in today's session only. So let's say if you have given your uh, uniqueness of scope as a product category, then for that product category, the range definition will be created. And in the range definition group, you will see that product category. And then for that product category, the range definition will be same. Okay. So instead of different range definition from each GTIN, now you have a one range definition for a group of GTINs. And range definition origin means nothing but whether the range definition is internal or external, those will be here mentioned. If serialization profile, let's say you have created for external, then automatically range definition will be external. So let's move to ranges. So serial number range segment, it nothing but it segments the overall available space into small portions with range definition versions within a range definition versions. So you can see this range is created. Always you can see the range definition from where this segment is created. And here you can see the number from 1 to 1667. Okay, and then we have status, initial status is created. Now we have different statuses. So, okay guys, before going, I mean, any question or you are feeling like information overdose or something, please tell me. Are we okay? I think that's why, today when I started session, I thought let me give us little small hands-on to you guys. Okay. And you have accesses also, right? Now, as a part of a small homework, you can just go for master data creation. Okay. Just go ahead and explore and then come up with questions. So yeah, for ranges, if you go to ATTP, you will see there are 4 type of range statuses: created, active, protected. If I go to the system, I can also show you. Okay, so first we talk about range definition. As I said, it is a potentially available span. You can see from 1 to 999. So these are the numbers you are already having. Okay, your version is active, and inside it, if you go here, you will have a yeah, but number range usually, let's say you have a number range for material, so it will give the material numbers. Here, these number will be for serial numbers, and serial number is always having 20 digit, 14 digits. So that's why your span is little more. Okay, you have this much of span. Now, we just talk about that reuse horizon. So if reuse horizon is 0, in that case, your range definition will not have any version. It will be just 1, and it is the complete span. In the range also you will see a complete span. It is not divided. Okay, if you double click on the range, so here you will see the range definition from where it is derived. Then these are the numbers, and here you can see in the right side, so we have maximum numbers, how many numbers are there in the range definition. Then we have something called sent number. Then we have commission number. Then we have lost number. So let's say out of these numbers, how many numbers are sent? So right now we have not used any number from the range, but let's say if we have sent 5 numbers to external system, then you will get it here. Okay. So you will explicitly see that, okay, 10 numbers are sent. Let's say out of 10 numbers, 2 numbers are commissioned, then you will see here. And then if some numbers are lost, you will also see under this. So these are various attributes. Now, what I was actually explaining, the statuses. So as we know that for all the master data, the initial status is created. Now, when you activate the range, it will be in active status, and it will be used for productive purpose. Okay, system can request serial number, etc. Then the third one is a protected status. If a particular range is in a protected status, so user cannot manipulate it. Okay, uh, it is ranges are in the status are protected against the user's manipulation, and below are the scenarios. So sometimes in some regulation, let's say China regulation, so what they do, they tell ATTP that you don't create number for me, I will provide my numbers to you. So in such scenario, ATTP will create range, but it will not, it will be in a protected status. When, let's say, China numbers are manually uploaded to ATTP, then those will be adjusted in that range, and then that range will become active. Okay, so instead of ATTP creating number, it will wait for the number to be uploaded. So that's why it is in a protected environment. Yeah, so these are the two scenarios. So one is when the range definition having the origin as external, means externally managed serial number, and the serial number type is range managed. In such scenario, the range will be in a protected status. And the second one I have just explained, when the serial number origin is internal, but the range type is manually randomization. In such scenario, usually we have this in a China reporting. So in such scenario, we have the range with a protected environment, protected status. Remember that this one random manual randomization is used for such kind of scenarios. China is a good example. Then we have status called closed. So the moment serial number range, let's say all numbers are utilized, then that particular range will be closed. Or you can also do a forced closing. So let's say, uh, you know, you you don't want that particular range. Actually, you don't want a particular range numbers. You can just select that range and just click on the force close. Then the numbers will be closed, and ATTP will not use any number from that range. So many scenarios are there associated to this force closing and closed. And the moment you closed, let's say, so what, all the numbers which are in a created status will get closed, and all the numbers which are not commissioned, those are also get closed, but the numbers which are commissioned will remain as it is. Then we have something called range types. So list managed, range managed, range and list managed, etc. So anyone can tell me, like, what do you mean by list managed and range managed? What comes to your mind when I say list managed? It's like when you say range managed, which means that that particular range is utilized for sequential numbers. Okay, and when you say list managed, then that particular range is for the random numbers. So this is also based on whatever the serialization profile key. Okay, if you have your profile key is randomized, then range will be automatically list managed like that. So many attributes are directly taken from serialization profile key. And then number request block. Okay, so if this particular leg is set true, then no serial number request is possible for that active range. Only commissioning will be accepted. So here, this is also a good example. There are some projects where they are using old serialization system called SAP AII and OER. Okay, OER was for repository and AII for the serial number management. So what happens? You are recently moving from AII to ATTP. Now in AII, some numbers are already given to production lines, and then you are moving from AII to ATTP. So you don't want any numbers, any from that range, which are actually used for the for which the serial numbers are already given to packaging lines and all. So what you do when you are moving to the ATTP system, you will ask ATTP to just block that particular range so that ATTP will not touch that range. Because if ATTP will touch that range, then it might happen that it will again provide the same serial number which was already provided by SAP AII. That will create confusion. So this is the concept of request block. Then we have this expiry date. So range expiry is already I have explained, like range expiry in month. This particular attribute you have seen in the serialization profile key configuration. So let's say you provide 36 months for a range, then after that it gets expired. Okay, and then we have this particular report, and we have this in the ranges also you will see alert. So if the expiry date is near, then you will see there that for this particular range definition the expiry is coming. Okay, and that is not automatically calculated. You need to run this report. You will, the moment you run the report, in the alert you will see that okay, for this range the expiry is near. Okay, so I think let's keep it till here for now. From next session I will actually show how to trigger serial number request, what should be the serial number request and response format. When you actually trigger a serial number request, what data is actually going, and what data, when you actually receive a serial number, what data is received and what are the interfaces. Those part we will cover in the next session. Okay guys, I think that's it for today. Let's catch up the day after tomorrow.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which process enables the marking and capture of serial numbers in SAP Advanced Track and Trace for Pharmaceuticals? A. Serial number allocation. B. Packaging process. C. Shipping process. D. Receiving process. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Introducing our SAP ATTP Advanced Track and Trace for Pharmaceuticals course. Your ticket to mastering the art of meticulous tracking and tracing in the pharmaceutical industry. On our user-friendly platform, you get to dictate the pace of your learning journey. No rush, no pressure. Just you and the wealth of knowledge waiting to be unlocked. What's on the agenda, you ask? We've got it all covered. From the foundational principles to the advanced strategies, this course is your comprehensive guide. Crafted by industry experts, it's a virtual toolbox equipping you with the skills needed to ensure seamless product tracking and delivery. Who are your mentors? Seasoned professionals with a track record in the field. They're not just instructors, they're your guides, ready to assist you every step of the way. Still not convinced? Hear it from those who've been in your shoes. Our students rave about the course, praising its effectiveness and real-world applicability. Now, let's talk numbers. Affordable? Absolutely. This opportunity to enhance your skills won't break the bank. Ready to dive into the world of SAP ATTP? Head over to our course page where a treasure trove of knowledge awaits. Sign up now and take control of your learning journey. For more detailed insights into the training curriculum and formats, visit ZaranTech's website below.
So before starting, guys, any one of you have actually gone through any PPT or any hands-on exercise you have done so far? You can share with me. So yeah, we can start today's session. So in the last session, what we saw, guys, we checked about serial number management. Okay, ATTP serial number management, and we started from profile serialization profile key. So serialization profile key is nothing but the serial number attributes. So how many digit serial number is required whether it is numeric or alphanumeric, you know, if some characters or digits should be excluded or not. So all these attributes can be configured using serialization profile key. Then serialization profile key should be assigned to the profile relevant country. And because of this relationship in the trade item, when you click on the determine profile, ATTP will automatically fetch the serialization profile key. We have seen this configuration. Then we went to range definition. So range definition is nothing but the total available span of serial numbers. And when you create range definition, you have to provide serialization profile key. So that ATTP will fetch all these attributes from profile key, and accordingly the range definition will be created. And from range definition, we have ranges, and while after creating this range, you can actually create serial number request and response. So we saw till here. So first we will start from hands-on exercise. So we will manually create range serialization profile key, and we will create range definition, and then we will also trigger serial number request and response. In between, if you have any questions, you can anytime ask me. So you are able to see my SAP screen now. So first, let's go to serialization profile key customizing. So you can, this is our SAP menu. You can go to advanced track and trace, then you can go to repository customizing. And when you go to repository customizing, then we have something called serialization settings. You just click on the serialization settings, and then we have this something called maintain serialization profile. You need to just double click on this point. I think I have locked this. Let me unlock. Because I had opened that session, so it was giving this error. So I have closed this. So now let's go again. So you just double click on maintain serialization profile key. So you are now here. Now, okay, so now you are able to see serialization profile customizing. So you just need to click on this new entry. When you click on the new entry, a blank screen will open. So here I will create one serialization profile key, and in this process of creating only, we will have a quick revision as well. Now in the serial number length, let's go for 14-digit serial number. Now I will choose numeric serial number for now. Then we have different options for randomization. Anybody, guys, what is the meaning of
randomization 1:10,000? Just by any chance, anybody recall? So let's say you have a serial number with only 10,000 serial numbers, then only one number will be created by ATTP. So one number in 10,000 serial numbers. So it is like randomization up to that level. Then we have serial number scope. So we have different options like product, category, country, portfolio, and globally. I will choose product. So when you say when you say product as a serial number scope, what does it mean? By trade items. Okay, so two trade items can have same serial numbers, but within the trade item, all the serial numbers are unique. Now, this thing, can anyone explain me serial number reuse? Yes. So, for example, I am giving number 3. So, what does it mean? Serial number reuse 3 means whatever your range definition is created using this serialization profile key, it will have you can reuse those serial numbers after 3 years. Okay. Now I will not explain everything about this, but with this test scenario only, you will be able to understand. Okay. Just for now, remember that we have used serial number reuse as 3, which means 3 years. So now I have entered all this information. I have not added range automation. So now we will go to range automation profile and we will create first and then we will assign to same serialization profile. So first I will save this. It will ask TR. Okay. Now I will go to range automation settings. And now I will go to new entry. Okay, so a range automation, you can give any name here. Now this field is nothing but prefix. Okay, so like when serial numbers are created, how many digits you want to reserve as prefix. Okay, so I will keep 2 here. Then this is range expiration month. So after how many months you want the ranges to be expired? Let's keep 12 months here. This one, let's have alert level as 100%. So if threshold value goes below, then it will pop up. Yeah. Then okay, what is threshold, guys? Threshold. So I have maintained 500 years. So whenever our serial numbers goes below 1,000, then another 500 should be created automatically. So because of, I mean, if you want to automate this process, then only you create this range automation profile. Okay. Even if you don't create this, you can directly, go to range definition, create a range definition. But then in that case, you have to manually, set all those things. So it is always advisable that you create a automation profile and assign it to serialization profile. This is like serial numbers prefixes. Okay, so up to what digits you want to fix the numbers. Okay, so ATTP will let's say if you uh, provide 2 here, then two digits will be common. Okay, and then from third digit onward, ATTP will start randomizing. Now we select this and we will go here, ranges to be blocked. And if you just click on new entry, I am just putting, let's say, 0 here. Okay. So here, if you put 0 and if you save this, that means that the ranges which start from 0 will be automatically blocked by ATTP. So it will not be useful. Okay. So in this manner, in your client, you have some scenario where they don't want serial number starting from 5. You can just block them. So ATTP will never touch that range. So this is our automation profile. I will select it, I will copy it, and I will again go to the profile, serialization profile, and I will assign this to here, range automation profile, and I will save it. Yeah, so now this profile key is created. So now we will go to data cockpit and we will create a trade item using this serialization profile. So you need to actually guide me now where I should go and how should I create a trade item. So where should I go now? Can anyone guide me? Now, what should be the second step? So what I will do is I have some trade items with me as last time I showed you. So I will just go and change some last digits. So I have created this new JIT here. I will copy here and I will go to SAP. Then let's give some description. No, what happens? We had this JIT. Okay, I copied it already because I created some master data. So I know that in the system we have this JIT. Now JIT contains what? The first digit is a packing digit, so 0, 1, 2, 3. Then from second digit to 7 or 8 digit will be GCP. Actually, GCP can be from minimum 6 digit, maximum 11 digit. Okay. So I know that this GCP is not more than 7 digits. So what I did, I changed last 3 digits and I removed the check digit and I went to the check digit calculator. So it provided me the last digit. So in this way, I have created my own JIT because we are in test environment. Profile relevant country is nothing but the target market, and material number is your ECC number. For now, we will just keep any number. I will just click on the confirm button. Now, if you go to show height selection, you will see that this JIT is created. First, the default is the created status. Now we will assign the profile relevant country. Now here, serial number management type, I am keeping it X. X means internally managed. So this is this ATTP is MAH ATTP basically, and this product is belong to the MAH. So ATTP is responsible for creating serial number for this product. Now, if you just go here, you will see many serialization profile. But here is the catch: we have not assigned the serialization profile key to the profile relevant country. Okay, so we need to actually do that first, and then only we will be able to assign the serialization profile key. So I will again go to the serialization profile key settings. Okay, so you need to just select this and go to country assignment. Here it is blank, so you will go to the new and you will maintain a country. Yes, so in that case you can select the priority accordingly. Like if you have multiple countries associated, okay, you will see that right now because many serialization profile keys are, yeah. So now you are here. Now serialization profile key. Now you will just click on the determine And let's see. Okay, so it has, for whatever the latest profile, it has assigned it. Okay, but if you just go here, you will see all these profile. All of these profiles are having Germany as a profile relevant country. Yeah. So for in that case,
Okay.
it has selected the latest profile relevant country. Okay. Just one moment. So now profile is assigned. And now the next step would be we will go to the trade item range definition. We'll just click on the assign and create. So based on all the serialization profile, it has selected the numbers, randomization, reuse horizon as 3. Okay, all these things are here. Now, since this is a internal serial number management, so ATTP is not asking for any system. But for example, if you want to create a trade item to represent external material, okay, in that case, first of all, randomization mode should be randomized externally. And when you have a randomized externally as a randomization mode, then you have to also provide a system of that customer. Okay, so maybe this is something I can give you as a homework. So create, serialization profile key which is randomized externally, create a trade item with external serial number management, create a range definition for that, and you can have entire scenario. So there you need to maintain system. Here we are not maintaining any system because ATTP knows that this is internal product. But if it is external product, then ATTP needs to request serial number. And to request serial number, ATTP needs the URL and all the communication related settings. And those are covered under system master data. So you have to assign the system. So now I will just click on the confirm. Once this is done, you can activate your trade item. Now let's go to the range definition. Yeah. I have double clicked on the range definition and it will route me directly to the range definition segment. Okay, so directly we came here. Now here you can see automatically the version is active. Okay, in last session also I created a range definition, but there I manually need to manually need to change the status to active. But here automatically the status is active. Okay, and if you go to the ranges, you can see that the first range from 0002 to 0999, it is closed. Okay, why? Can anyone tell me why? Now another thing, ATTP has created how many segments? Just one moment. From 00 to 9, then from 1 to, I mean 10 to 19, and 11 to 25. So ATTP has only created from 1 to 25. Now, if you see any other ranges, you will see from 00 to 9999, but we have only 25. Why we have like this? So there is a concept of range version. Because you have chosen reuse horizon as 3, in that case, what ATTP will do? ATTP will divide the entire range as reuse horizon plus 1. So if my reuse horizon is 3, then the entire range definition will be divided into 4 segments, and each segment is known as a version. So this is your first version. Yeah. So in this case, if this is your first version, and you can see that the first version is active and the second is on the way. So it is created, it is not active, but once the serial numbers are done from here, it will go to this one like that. And also 1000 serial numbers are already generated. Can anyone tell me what is this 1000? How ATTP created 1000 serial numbers?
Due to threshold.
Due to threshold, correct. But let's say, just assume that you didn't maintain that threshold there, then here you will have 0, and then you need to manually generate serial numbers. So now you can see everything is automized. You have 1000 serial numbers already created. This is in active status, and this is all set to create a serial number request. You go to these ranges. Now you have these numbers, and then you have expiry date as 1 year, because we mentioned that our range should be expired by 1 year. So you will have a 1 year here. Now there is another concept, actually, this expiry date. If you go to range definition, let's go back to range definition. Range definition will also have its expiry date. Yeah, so it is like 1 year. So here also there is a concept of expiry date. If your range definition is active, then by default ATTP will calculate the expiry date as 1 year. But let's say you have used all the numbers, okay, from 1 to 25, you have used. So now what will happen? In that case, the moment serial numbers are utilized from one version, automatically the second version will be activated, and the first version will be closed. Okay, if you go to the change status, you will also see closed version. Okay, so if I right now, if I click on here, right now ATTP will close this. Okay, but for now, let's don't do that. So, and the moment you close this version, the expiry date will be recalculated from starting year to reuse horizon, which means 2023 September to 3 years after. So it will be like 2026 somewhere. So that's how the reuse horizon works. So for this version, whatever the serial numbers are used right now, those will be only used after 3 years. Hope I am clear, guys. Yeah. Any questions? Actually, block means only the closing. It has closed it. Okay. I need to check this thing. The moment you, because we in the configuration we blocked that, right? So your ATTP already closed it. So I was thinking it should, the block should be tick marked, but now it has closed the entire range. So I need to check that. Okay. I will see. So yeah, till now, I mean, more or less we have revised all the things. Okay. So from now here, let's start the today's session. We covered till here, ranges, range expiry date and all I have covered. Now let's go to the SAP ATTP serial number management flow. So when we say serial number management, okay, so we can request serial number for two elements. One is trade item and one is for SACC numbers. Now, if I want to request for trade item, then what all things are required? The first is trade item creation, then assigning the serialization profile key. You can, then third point is range definition and ranges. The fourth point is activate trade item, range definition and ranges. The fifth one is system creation. Similarly, if you want to create serial number for SSCC, the first thing is business partner should be created, and then assign the GCP to the business partner. And then all these serialization attributes like profile key, range definition, ranges, everything should be assigned to GCP. So 2 points for SGTing, the trade GTIN is the primary element, and for SSCC, GCP is the primary element. So whatever the exercise we did for trade item, we can do the same for SSCC. So you need to go to serialization profile key settings. You can create a serialization profile key for SSCC and then assign that profile to a business partner. I will quickly show that to you. There is already one data I have created. Okay, so you can see SSCC underscore GTN. Yeah, you can see this serialization profile key. It has also different attributes like SSCC 11-digit serial number, then it is numeric. Now, one thing, so SSCC's numbers are always non-randomized. Okay, those are range managed numbers, and the scope mentioned is globally. Now, can anyone tell me that why the serial number length here is 11? They have chosen. Let's revise SSCC number structure. Are you able to see my notepad? Yeah. So let's create one SSCC. My first digit is called as an SSCC extension digit. Then I have 7-digit GCP. Okay. And then I will, okay, so my total 8 digits are there. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And the last one is a check digit. Now, if GCP, this is, let's say 7-digit, I will go to the 6-digit. 6-digit check GCP, which is minimum. So here you can add this. So how many digits are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And this one is also serial number because the extension digit is nothing but the first digit of serial number. So your serial number would be 0 and then XXX, XXX, 9, 10. So 11-digit serial number. This is your serial number. And in SSCC, all the 11 digits are segregated in this manner. First digit will come here, which is known as extension digit, and the other digits are here. So in this manner, the maximum serial number for SSCC would be 11. Now, if my GCP is 7-digit, so this would be 10-digit. If it is 8-digit, then this would be 9-digit, like that. So that's why in SSCC serial numbers, you will see maximum like 11 digits. So you can see here it is 11-digit, then here you can see it is 10-digit, like that. Now let me go to this profile. This was my GCP. You can see that 6-digit GCP is there. Now, to see the GCP, we should go to business partners. I will go to the business partners. Now, in add selections tab, I will go to company prefix. Provide this and click on the search button. And show hide selection. And now I will go to the company prefix SSCC tab. So here you can see this GCP. With this GCP, the profile is there, range definition is there, and if you double click on this range definition, version active,
You go to ranges, you can see these ranges are there. 5 numbers are requested so far, like that. Okay, so we can also trigger a request. Let's see, let's learn first and then I will come to that part. So in this manner, the idea was just to show you that same setting needs to be applied to GCP in case of SSCC. Yeah, and system creation has to be there. So in both the case, you need to create a system. Okay. So far, so good, guys. Can we move ahead? Okay. So serial number request can be either for trade item or SSCC. And for a trade item, serial number request and response, the important master data is GTIN and system. Okay, so we have 4 master data basically: business partner, location, trade item, and system. But if your agenda is only to trigger serial number request, then only 2 master data is required: GTIN and system. That's it. And when I say GTIN, it should have all the serial number management with it. And similarly for SSCC, GCP and system is required. And we just saw that GCP should be assigned to the business partner and all, and serialization profile need to be configured for SSCC. These all we saw just now. Now, ATTP provides standard functionality to request serial number to any external partner. So first, what we will see, let's understand the scenario where we are working in a Novartis company, okay, and Novartis is a contract manufacturing organization for Pfizer. Okay, Pfizer is MOH. In that case, Novartis needs to request serial number to Pfizer. Then Pfizer will provide the serial number back to Novartis. Then Novartis needs to start manufacturing. Then product will move to the packaging line, and Novartis will serialize that product, and then serialized data will be handed over back to Pfizer. Okay, so this is the scenario. In this case, first of all, our ATTP system or contract manufacturer's ATTP system need to trigger a request to customer. So in that case, a trade item with serial number management as external should be created. We all know that the trade item is external. A business partner should be assigned to the trade item. Then a serial number request is raised for that trade item. And the range definition should also be the external one. And if serial number request is to be raised for SSCC, then same setting would be there for SSCC as well. The range definition should be external. And customer system should be created, and business partner, which represents that MH or the customer, should be also created and assigned to the system. And serial number request can be triggered for both the elements. So now, how to trigger a serial number request? So you can go to the ranges. The moment you go to the ranges, you can see these buttons. The first button is request range. The second button is request serial numbers. Now, can anyone tell me that why these 2 buttons are there? First is request range and second is request serial number. What is the difference? No. So in ATTP terms, whenever you hear the word range, okay, just consider the word range means sequential serial numbers. So let's say you have a particular requirement, or maybe for SSCC numbers. I told you that for SSCCs, generally we use sequential numbers. Sequential means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in sequence. So if you want sequential numbers, you need to go to request range. And the moment you click on request range, it will ask, from and to and all the things. And when you go to request serial numbers, it will request serial number randomized. So we also know that is also known as list managed serial numbers. So that's why we have 2 buttons. So click on the request serial number for random serial numbers and click if sequential numbers are required, then go to the range request. Okay. Now, the moment you click on, let's say I have created a series, I have clicked on the serial numbers. So the moment you click on the serial numbers, since you are already there in the range, so your range definition is picked up, and because range definition is picked up, the serialization profile behind it is already known. Now, as I told you that to trigger a request, the only important master data is either trade item or as GCP and system. So you can see the radio button. So either or. So you cannot choose both the points together. So you can choose the request serial number, trade item, provide the GTIN, provide the system, and quantity, how much numbers you want. You can provide that, and you can click on the confirm button. Yeah. So now let's say the moment you have clicked on the confirm button, serial number request will be triggered. But when we say serial number request, so what all information is sent? So remember that ATTP understands ATTP's entire communication is based on XML file structure. So we saw the EPCIS file that is for serialized data. So commission, back, and all. So those will be our next session's topic. But this is one step before. So here also one kind of file which is not EPCIS, but it is just a plain XML file will be created, and that XML file will be sent to customers ATTP system. Same kind of XML file you can expect when other system request serial number to ATTP. In both the case, the file structure is similar. So now here is the file structure. So here you can see different tags are there. Because if it is XML, then XML understands only the tags. So everything is in the tag. So the first tag is IS SSEC. Before that, we have this tag. I will explain it in upcoming. Like first, I will explain other tags. Then I will come to here. First thing is SSCC tag. Under SSCC tag, we can see GCP and the extension digit. We just understood like what is the extension digit. It is the first digit of the SSCC. Then we have another tag called trade item tag. So either you can fill the values under this tag or this tag. So here I can see that GTIN is filled. So trade item type is GTIN and trade item ID is the GTIN number. Then we have this called a list or range. So L means random numbers and R means range number. So this is L. Encoded format is 2. I will tell you what is encoded format. Basically, in simple words, if it is encoded to format 1, then your response would be in 0121 format. If encoded number is 2, then your response would be in a URI format. Anyone recall what is URI format? Anyways, we have live demo. I will show you both the things. And then we have this size. So how many numbers you have requested, and this one is a system. So from to which system we are requesting. So we are requesting Pfizer. So SYS underscore Pfizer. So this master data has to be created in ATTP. The trade item has to be created. Both the things should be there. And this IB only exit is something if you have the value as that means exact. So let's say you have raised 20,000 serial numbers, okay, as a request. So if Pfizer's ATTP has complete 20,000 number, then only it will provide a response. But if you don't provide, if you keep this blank, then whatever the numbers the other system has, it will provide a response. So you have requested 20,000, but that ATTP system only has 10,000. It will they provide you the 10,000 serial numbers. But if you want exact numbers only, either 20,000 or no, then you can provide this value. Generally, we don't prefer this because anyway your production should not stop. Okay, so also whenever you guys are working in a support project, any ticket related to serial number request and response is very critical. Any ticket related to EPCIS file is still low. Why? Because serial number request is the first step of the production. When a packaging line requests serial number, that means that behind that entire production team is waiting for number. The production planning is already done. The moment they receive serial numbers, then only their activity will start. So if you don't provide, of course they keep some buffer. It's not like they don't keep any buffer, but still, whenever serial number request fails, the people from packaging line and warehouse and plant production, they start shouting that please provide us the number. Otherwise, their production will stop. EPCIS, on the other hand, is something where production is already done and they are shipping to the market. That they can still, that is also, I'm not saying that is very light thing. You will get some tickets stating that truck is not able to move from the plant. So all those things are also important, but serial number related tickets are very critical. So yeah, these are the tags. IS trade item means this is a mandatory tag if it is budgeting. IS SSCC if it is request is for SSCC. Then trade item type and ID we just understood. GCP and the extension digit we understood. Okay. If you don't provide any extension digit, then it, as per the serial number management from that system, it will provide you the number. If you provide extension digit, then only those numbers will be provided to you. So if you want that your pallet number should start with 1, then you need to tell them that okay, my extension digit should be 1. So they will provide all the numbers starting with 1. And yeah. Okay, these are the other attributes. So list range, we already understood L and R, size, and the system. Okay. Now, the moment you trigger a request, you guys know, right, that SAP always has some mechanism to check logs. Okay, SLG1 logs are something you guys are aware of. In ERP also, you will have SLG1 logs. So ATTP has very efficient mechanism to check logs. We have this something called AIF interface, application something framework. I forgot the entire name, but it is AIF. This is the screen of the AIF log, and in AIF, a application interface framework. Yeah, so it is an interface framework because you might have heard many times from me that ATTP talks with many systems. ATTP talks with ERP, it talks with middleware, it talks with country regulations. So to talk with any other system, you need some gate. So that is known as interface. So all these interface can be managed in this transaction called AIF. So in one hands-on, I will show you how to navigate through AIF. But the moment particular interface is open, you will see this kind of screen. So right now we are under serial. We are under the serial number request interface. So you can see the serial number request interface here. Hope it is visible, right, guys? I have maximized it a little bit. So you can see that request serial numbers are synchronized, and then under automatically it creates a folder with the name of our system, and you can see the timestamp. Timestamp is very important in support tickets. The first thing you will ask to the person who has raised ticket is the timestamp. Okay, So you have to navigate through the timestamp. And you can see that in the log, 2 serial numbers were requested for given city and for this system. Okay, just ignore the last one. Okay, it is not having any significant importance, but the first two are the informative logs. Then here you can double click on trade item and you can see that, okay, this is my trade item. So, and all these in the left side, these are XML tags. Now, by any chance, anyone knows what is synchronous and what is asynchronous? So usually when ATTP triggers a serial number to the other system, we configure asynchronous interface, because the other system might not have the mechanism, to provide the response at the same time. But when ATTP receives serial number request, we always configured in a synchronous interface. So the moment ATTP gets the serial number, it provides the response back. So here this is asynchronous interface, and that's why if you scroll down this left window, you will not be able to see the response. In the response tag, it will be blank. Okay. Yeah. Now response. So for response, we have another interface. I have you guys will not be able to see my presentation. Just give 2-3 seconds. It will load. You are still able to see the previous screen. Yeah. Okay. So here you can see I have highlighted the response interface. It is like 30/1 and then asynchronous and received serial numbers. So from Pfizer system, the 2 serial numbers are received. So the moment you receive it, you will have these numbers. Okay, so here under the response tag, you need to go to items and you can see these 2 items. Okay, the same thing you can definitely see in data cockpit, but sometimes when you start providing the solution, you will always have you would not go to the data cockpit. You will just see things in AIF itself. Now, how could I get these numbers? Our test environment is not connected to Pfizer. So how could I get this screenshot? Any idea? At very high level, or if people who already know ATTP little bit. Okay.
Can you please repeat what is your question?
Yeah, I was just saying that in the previous slide, I saw that we triggered a request to Pfizer's ATTP system. Okay. Now, if it is a production system, then your ATTP is connected with Pfizer's ATTP and you will get a real-time response. But here, we have not connected our system to any other ATTP system. Okay. So how could I get this number? So, okay, no problem. So ATTP, it has all the facility to simulate things. So you can create a response, okay, and this kind of thing are important in your onboarding activity, CMO onboarding, etc. So in case of CMO onboarding, or let's say you are showing your demo to a client, okay, a client is new to ATTP system. So at that time, you can create entire scenario. You can create these names, okay. Let's say actually Pfizer's people came to you and they we are asking that show me how ATP system works. You can actually provide, provide the entire demo that see our serial number request is sent from our system to your system, and this is how your system will provide the response. So, but it is not that straightforward, especially the response, serial number response. So I spent little time and create one variant. So that variant you can use. Now, so okay, serial number request from, okay, the same topic is going on, and here the response structure I have. Okay, I will not be able to open this, but I will show you in separately. The request format you have seen. Now see the response format. So, are you able to see my notepad? I think not now. You will see.
Yeah, it's visible.
Is it? So yeah, this is a response structure. And now, we have that one field in request encoded format, readily encoded. If you go to the slide, sorry. The request format, yeah, we have this of numbers readily encoded. So here, number two is mentioned. Okay. So what is the meaning of this encoded? Yeah. So when we are asking for serial numbers, we expect that in return, serial number should be provided in the form of 0121. Okay. And if encoded is 3, let's say encoded format is 3, then this will be encoded into EPC format. Now, this is a good exercise for you guys. How can I create EPC format from 0121? Remember the first session. So this is the string. This is the string. After that, can anyone explain me how ATTP will create this URI format? Okay. So the first segment is a GCP segment. So let's understand it is till 7, which is GCP. After that, you have material number, and then instead of check digit, you will have the serial number. So this is your URN format. So based on our requirement, we can ask either in URI format or in a 0121 format. So this is the response from the external system, and this structure actually I created. Created means the basic structure is already there. I need to update with values. Okay, these all are nothing but the messages. So if you go to AIF, let me go to that AIF. Yeah. So here you can see that params, GTIN, this, GCP, type 3, quantity 2, all these message text. So in the response, this kind of message text comes and it will show here. So if you are creating by your own, then you need to define all this. And in the last segment, you will see the numbers which are provided and the system and the size and length, etc., etc. Okay. So this is just for information purpose. Okay, you will not be able to see this format anywhere. Okay, I mean specifically if you want to go at proxy level, you can see it. I will show you how to, but in real life scenario, you will not be able to see this kind of thing, and it is not needed also, because to solve any functional issue, cockpit is enough. But we should know that what is behind
all this. So that's why I show you this format. Any questions? Specifically for serial number. So if it is 21, then ATTP will understand that, okay, it is a serial number.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What provides aggregated traceability information in SAP Advanced Track and Trace for Pharmaceuticals? A. Serial number event repository. B. Request and reports. C. Connector to National Hub. D. Serial number service interface. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
This is some standard structure. Okay, why? But if you see the tag here, it is IT underscore serials, and if you scroll a little bit up, it is IT underscore encoded, and it is item, and the tag's name is object code. So in ATTP terms, whenever you say object, then it is referring to serialized items. Still, in system, this SGTN is not there, but but the system will, when system sends the response, it is just creating this kind of format, SGTN format. Okay, but right now this SGTN, if you will check the SGTN, you will not be able to see that. Okay, let's not go to that further. But when you say object, object means serialized product, and serials are the unique are the only serial numbers. So tags are different basically. So whenever I say object, it is something related to SSCC or SGTN or batch, like that. So tags are different. Now, why they are like, and why they have given this separate tag? If you go to AIF, you can see, if you just go to that AIF log, you will see the separate serial numbers. One moment. Yeah, you can see numbers. Under the numbers, you have this. So as per those tags, the information will be seen here. So if somebody wants to know the numbers, you go to items and you will see this. Okay, now let's say serial number response is received. So where you can see that. So the same range. Okay, you can go to the ranges, and now you can see created numbers. So like two numbers were already there, and then I requested. So now the total number is 4. And now I want to see the 4 numbers in ATTP. So where should I go? So there you have this tag called serial numbers. If you go to serial numbers and provide the trade item, you will see all the serial numbers here, and the status is created. Say, okay, so in this manner, ATTP has prepared a serial number pool. These serial numbers are not created by ATTP. These serial numbers are taken from other system, and in our system, the tag is created. And important thing is the timestamp. You can see the generated timestamp, generated and updated. Both are the same because we have just got serial number. Updated timestamp has some other functionality that we will see in coming slides. So any questions? Anything? Of course. So this is really a good scenario which you have got right now.
Yeah.
Let's say you got a ticket and you say Pfizer team is saying that basically we are complaining that we have not got any feedback from you. So Pfizer team will say that I have already sent the serial numbers response. You can see the timestamp. Okay, so we will say that share the timestamp. They will share the timestamp. We will go to AIF. We will check the AIF. We will not be able to locate that particular thing. Then the thing which comes into picture is the middleware. So usually SAP TI is the middleware. we need to connect with SAP PI. Now, in what scenario PI fails the message or any middleware fails the message is whenever there is a structural issue. And such kind of thing happens when a contract manufacturer and customers comes into picture. So usually, uh, if they are new and they are not completely, well versed with GS1, then sometimes such kind of issues come that one tag is missing and all, and due to that PI will fail. PI will not allow to reach to ATTP. So in such case, you need to connect with PI guys, and then communicate to your customer. PI interface. You mean to say you need to see the PI logs? No, we can see only in and out. Okay. We will not be able to see the PI's interface. I mean PI's data and PI log. For that, you need to ask PI team. PI is a separate box. No, we have one transaction. It is similar to AIF only. It is nothing but the logs. So whenever the file comes to ATTP, the first it goes to this interface. That interface is known as. I will go to that and I will. But that is again that is when a file enters into ATTP environment. Okay, let me show you that. Okay, so this is web service utilities message monitor. So this is the of all these serial number request and response are nothing but ultimately those are web services. So you can monitor the web service here. Let's say PI has somehow passed the message. Okay, let's say PI was not able to stop that particular XML file even though it has some structural issue. But if PI is not able to detect, that means in the mapping they have some error. In that case, when the file comes, first it will come to SRT Moni. SRT Moni is a log, is the name of this transaction, and then it will fail here only. So this particular interface checks similar to the PI only, but this is not PI. This is ATTP. So you cannot see PI's log here. Okay.
Yeah. Got it.
Yeah, but again, this particular interface works similar to PI, so it will only check whether there is some structural issue, and if not, then this will pass, and then the message comes to AIF, and AIF has all the validations, functional validations. So let's say your serial number request comes to ATTP, but GTIN is not there, so it will fail. It will tell you that trade item is not there. So all those are functional validations. But somehow this is also important because many times uh, you know if you reach out to PI will say I have also passed the particular file, this is the timestamp, and when you go to AIF you will not be able to see, then these transactions come into picture. Okay, so here somewhere it got stuck. If I understand your question correctly, let's say message is going from ATTP. Now at client side, they want some different structure. Or so two things actually. If it is simple tag, I mean, if it's a tag to tag mapping, then what we can do is we create a mapping file in Excel only. Like from ATTP, this is the value. You have to map to this particular field, which will be provided by the client. You can simply ask PI person, PI will map it. So
Right.
in that way, it will work. And sometimes if the customization is very high level, very logic, the high level of logic is involved, then you need to do it in ATTP itself. So when we see the country regulations, there I will talk about it in broadband. Okay.
Okay.
But yeah, the one thing is very clear. We do a lot of customization. In fact, you will be surprised that right now I'm not working for a pharma client. I am working for a non-pharma industry using ATTP. So just
Ooh.
imagine how what extent we have done customized. So
Yes.
yeah, so it's like
Understood.
that. And once we have done this, after that SAP came with one module called corporate serialization. So now if some other non-pharma
For
industry,
non-pharma.
they will go for that non-pharma. And that module is also same copy of this. The only thing is it has removed all the validations. So here you
Mm,
have JS1 validations. There you don't have any validation. So you can create your own standards and etc. like that.
correct.
But the serialization concepts are same. Okay. So I think we have learned the range requests. So let's have a quick demo. Let's create some ranges and serial numbers. Okay. Let's see if I have some. Do I have any data? Yeah. Okay. So I have given the. I have provided the trade item here, and I will go to see how I navigate. Okay. This is like I wanted to trigger a request. Okay, so I already saved this JITIN. So I provided the JITIN. I went to the range definition. I double clicked it. Okay, before that, let me go to the trade item. So this is a trade item for external. I need to minimize it, otherwise the delay would be more. Okay, okay, so you are able to see now. Here, if you go down, you can see the serial number management is external, and a business partner which provides the serial number is here, which is Pfizer's serial number. The profile is there, range definition is there. So now I will double click on the range definition. Okay, from the range definition, we will go to the ranges, and I will double click on the range. Okay, now let's click on the request serial numbers. Let's say another five, or not five, two numbers I want to create. Automatically the JITIN and all the informations are fetched. Now you can click on the confirm. Okay. Now serial number requests are triggered. Now let's see where we can actually view the request. So there, for that we will go to AIF. I have saved here, but we have this transaction. So you can see AIF and namespace. Under the namespace, we have different namespaces. So this is a different concept. Under one namespace, you have many interfaces. So this is advanced track and trace serial number. Then we have EPCIS. Okay, so if you have some EPCIS file received, you can go to this namespace. This O is for out. So if we are reporting to any country, let's say EU or Russia, so those outbound files you can see under O. Then this is for integration. So when we integrate any material from ERP to ATTP, which we are about to do in our upcoming session, we can monitor in this particular namespace. Then we have this OData. So let's say delivery is integrated or batch is integrated. So those transactional data integration you will see under here. And S is for serial number. Yes, more or less all are covered. So for now, let's go to S, and then we have different interfaces here. Okay. for asynchronous serial number request and asynchronous response, etc. So I don't want to, select any particular one. Let's keep it open. So all the information you will get. Now, if let's say, okay, this is very important, creation date and time. If you are going to work in support project, then every day you will use this transaction. Okay, so provide particular date and time. We also have this facility. I will click on today, and if you don't provide any time, if you click on today, it will show all the messages which are triggered today. And then we have this thing. So if you don't want only errors, if you don't want to check only errors, you can click on select all. And the last thing is, I usually prefer to remove 200. Okay, here it will not have any issue, but in your production environment, you have so many numbers, so you don't want to restrict to 200, so we remove it. And then you execute. Okay, so here serial number, different interfaces are there. So our interface is serial number request. Yeah, so this is the requested serial number. You go, Pfizer is there, and you can see 2349. So this is the latest request. So you can see two numbers were triggered for this system and etc. Now the important thing is here, this structure, okay, this SNR request, AS request, trade item. This structure is nothing but your XML file only. From XML, you can see different tags. If you double click on trade item, you will see this trade item, okay, like that. Now, if I just click on this SYS Pfizer, just double click on this Pfizer, okay, and then if I go to the trade items, I can see all the trade items. So these are some tricks, okay. If you, like somebody said that this is my trade item, can you see if serial number request is posted or not? So what you can do is just double click on the entire system box and go to particular tag. You will see all the trade items associated with each serial number request. Now we want to produce a response. Okay, so let me go to that mechanism which will help you to create a response. If anybody has some ABAP background, then you will be able to understand this proxy and all. The proxies are nothing but the structures which are predefined in ATTP, and you can also create your own structures. So this is the web service for asynchronous serial number request. We have, if you explore here, you will see many services. Okay. These are right now not important, but just for information I am sharing. So here is my variant. I am opening my variant. I have requested two numbers for JT is same. So what I will do, I will tweak these numbers. Okay. All the other things are same. Okay. So I will not touch any other thing. and I will click on the execute button. So yeah, so executed successfully, and we need to commit it. So we'll go to extra and commit. Now it is there. So now let's see if we got any response. Here, if you have any small issue like some space or thing, you can expect error. Okay, so this is our request serial number. So I will refresh it. And now, since this is asynchronous interface, so you have to see under received serial numbers. Yeah, so you can see 2355. Okay, this is the time. And if I want to see what numbers are there, I will go to items. Not this. Yeah, so these are the numbers. Okay. Now, important thing is I want to show you in the system, in the cockpit, where you can see. And from there, I want to communicate many things. So it's always a good idea when you create your own data, then you will always have, so, you can explain in much better way. So what I will do, I will go to, okay, you can also provide the serial number specifically, okay, like this. So you can see from the two serial numbers, I went to serial numbers tab and then went to the add selection, and here you can see serial numbers. Now we will not see because I have already added here, and I pasted a serial number. So you can see that range definition, range, serial number, chitin is there. Created status, okay. Generation is this. Now I have one question. In the system tab, it is empty, okay. We know that in our request format, we have mentioned Pfizer as a system. But why here we are not able to see a response, a system? So the answer is Pfizer is a system which provided the serial numbers. But now in ATTP, for ATTP, now this serial number is something created by, let's say ATTP will say that now this is in a created status. Okay. Now ATTP's functionality is what? ATTP is not for requesting serial number from other systems. Okay, ATTP has requested, but the functionality is ATTP has to send to something, some other packaging line, so that other packaging line will create some production and things will go on. So now system is blank. Now whenever you have a serial number request from packaging line to ATTP for this serial number, then you will see the system name here, and the status will be changed from created to assign and sent. Hope you are able to understand. And then the moment it is changed from created to assign and sent, the time will be changed. The update time will change. If you don't provide the number, you can directly provide the GTIN here and click on the search button. So you can see all the numbers which we have created. Now for some, see, I have today only I have created all the data. So if you provide this system here, let's say, now you can see all the serial number with system and the status is assigned and sent. Why? Because we received serial number request from this packaging line and we provided the serial numbers. Yeah. Any questions? That depends if, let's say, oh, let's say the serial number request is triggered from ATTP itself. Okay. Now, if it is failed, then you can retrigger. But let's say it is successfully triggered, then you cannot retrigger it. Then it is some whenever the particular file is failed, they can retrigger it. In receiving mechanism,
let's say a EPCIS file is received to ATTP. Now it is failed in AIF due to some master data issue. So you can solve that master data issue and just go to AIF and retrigger that. It will keep
the same file.
Yeah, it will be posted
Okay.
in the file. But provided that it should be an error, then only it will be reposted. If it is already successful, then it will not allow it to post again. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to see that how we can reprocess and all, we have in AIF we have that functionality. I think better when we go for EPCIS interface, there I will show you how to reprocess that.
Sure, sure.
Now let's come to the range requests. Okay. So now when we have the word range request, which means that assume that your packaging line or contract manufacturer is requesting serial numbers to you. So ATP handles ranges from external systems and provide responses. And range requests coming into ATTP can be viewed under range request section. The range request refers to sequential numbers. Yeah. So here we are talking about sequential numbers request. So let's say if packaging line requests a range from 0, 1 to 10, and in this case 10 sequential numbers are requested. Okay, so when you double click on the range request, you will see this kind of file, this kind of screen, and in the add selection, you have this much of selection criteria. So if you want to see the range request for particular trade item or particular company repeats, you can see that. We will have one demo for that also, so then things will be more clear. Now under the range request, user can see the below points, the system, GTIN or GCP, then the range definition, then sent number, etc., etc. More or less this one. Okay, let me maximize it. So you can see range request. So whenever let's say some other system is requesting, you can see here that under this range definition, these numbers are requested from this line, tag line, and the moment we receive the serial number, since it is a synchronous interface, ATTP will provide the response. So under the sent number, you can see 2. Now commission numbers are 0, lost are 0. But now let's say 2 numbers are provided to packaging line, out of which if packaging line will serialize one product and mark lost to another product, then you will see one in commission, one in loss. So we will see this when we talk about this repository browser section. There I will show you, I will post those events so that, and then we will come to this slide. So then you can see out of 50 serial numbers sent, 25 are commissioned, 2 are lost, like that. And below, the important thing is the GTIN and pack line. These two things pack the system. So this will, conclude that for requests, these two are the important master data. Why I am reiterating this is many tickets will be solved just by, checking these two things. Because when you have a fresh system, fresh ATTP system, many instances will be there when system master data itself is not there. And then people will shout that serial number request is failing. So the first check is whether this data is already there or not, whether GTIN is active, whether system is active. These things are to be checked. In the range section, range request can be seen. Yeah, the system fields, the requesting system is mentioned. We just saw all the things I have just explained you. And then we have serial number request. So similar to range request, we have this. Okay, we can create range request as well. So just click on range request button.
and then this kind of thing will come. Same interface, same file structure, both like whether ATTP is triggering request or whether ATTP is receiving request. The request format is same. Okay, so let's go to the system and let's do something. Okay, let's trigger some requests. This GTIN. For this GTIN already requests are triggered, so we will use the same data. You can see, yeah, for this system. So I will go to create range request. Will provide this trade item and I will provide the system. That's 5 serial numbers you want to trigger. Click on the confirm. Okay, you can see 5 numbers are there. 5 numbers are in the sent status. So you can see 5 like from 16 to 20. Okay, so these numbers are sent. Now let's go to the serial number section. The serial number request to ATTP from external. So same things, no change. It's like instead of range, now we are requesting the serial number. But yeah, here the interface. Okay, so receive serial number request sync. So you can see that this one. In fact, we have just triggered. So you can go to AIF and you will be able to see the request which we have just triggered. Okay, this is the refresh button, and you can click on the refresh button and sync. Do you have any numbers? Okay, this is not coming. Let me go to proxy. Let's trigger a request from here. It should hit AIF interface. when I'm triggering the request from here, it is pretty much visible. Okay, so this is the structure. So I always prefer to show this whenever I provide training, so that it is very clear that this is how the request is getting triggered. So we have provided the JITIN, we have provided the system. Total number of serial numbers are 5, and for that is 1. That is fine, and it is a list managed serial numbers. But we want range, so I will change to R here. Okay. One moment, there are no suitable active ranges available. Okay. So there is some functional issue here. That's why our range request failed. I'm going to the GTM. Okay, I think it is getting updated here, but we are not able to see under the AIF. Okay, we can see from 16 to 20. Numbers are there. I need to check why AIF is not getting updated. Maybe some config is missing or something. But in production, this will not happen. So when the serial number request is coming from outside, you will see here in the AIF. And similar thing is for serial number request and response. Okay, so you can click on the request, but here when you create a serial number request for list manage, then under the JITIN, your serialization management should be your serialization profile key should be list managed, and then only you will be able to trigger a serial number request. So I think that's it, guys, related to serial number management. I hope I will be able to explain, not 100%, but hopefully you guys are with me. Any questions, anything? No, we have only one thing. So you can just go to the document. Then, of course, there are tables where you can have all, like if you have, let's say, 5 delivery numbers, I would go to at table level and see. First, since you have mentioned tables, so first I will go for those tables which are relevant to us for now, okay? And then, of course, I will show the delivery table. First is I will go to tables. Now, for serial numbers related table, okay? Okay, so this is the table SNR underscore list. If you go here, you will be able to see serial number related information. Okay. First, let's see the specific detail. Okay. Otherwise, you will have all the information. We just triggered a request for one serial number. Yeah, we already have this. Let me give this serial number to that table under SCR number. But here you can see we have GTAN, we have timestamps, status is if you want only created or if you want to see only active, like that. Yeah, so you can see here this is serial number pool ID. So in ATTP tables, I think this is something new for people who are working in ERP, that we in ATTP, since you already see in data cockpit how the master data is interly connected with each other. So at table level, to connect two things together, we have this kind of key or IDs. Okay, so this is serial number pool ID or something. Right now, don't try to understand that. You will understand over the period of time how this works. But focus on, like, you have serial number, you have GT, system ID. Again, for each master data, you have such kind of IDs. So if you if you copy this and if you go to system related table, you will see system information, timestamp, etc. This is for list.
Okay.
And now if you want to range or want to see the range, then SAPATTP, yeah. So this is for the range. So here you will see all the ranges, range related information. So these two are related to serial numbers. Then for trade item related things, we have dot table. If you go here, you will see JITIN, material, related information, serialization type, etc., etc. So these are the product related table, same business partner related table. So the ideal way is star, BUP, star, and go provide F4. So you will see all the, okay, and also provide STTP, because we are now only interested in standard tables. So you do this, all these tables are there. So business partner, under this table, you will see the general information about business partner. This is for address. This is for company prefix. So let's say if you have a complete list of business partner and you want to derive GCPs, you directly go to this table. REG is something related to attributes. We will see when we check the country regulations. Okay, like this. So this mapping is for your ECC number to your ATTP business partner number, like that. So similarly, just do this kind of activity you can do. Search for SYS system, and you will see system related information. Now you are interested in documents, so this one. So DMTRN. So you go here in the document number. Yeah. So here you can provide multiple deliveries and you have all shipped to, sold to information. No errors. Well, in ATTP we don't store errors, but for that you can directly go to here, like go to AIF and check. If you have timestamp, you can directly go to AIF, and this is the interface I just explained, right? OData services.
Yeah.
And again, so this is like whenever delivery integration time you have error, or post food issue, like you do some PGI, PGR, and you have some error. Okay, if it is a, let's say, post food issue error, okay, so PGI, when PGI is triggered, you have a shipping event in ATTP, and when shipping event fails, it is nothing but your EPCIS failure. You can go here. But if, let's say, delivery integration has some issue, delivery is not integrated, then this is the interface, OData services. You can go here and check the integration. I mean, check the error, okay, whatever the error you are facing under OData services.
Introducing our SAP ATTP Advanced Track and Trace for Pharmaceuticals course. Your ticket to mastering the art of meticulous tracking and tracing in the pharmaceutical industry. On our user-friendly platform, you get to dictate the pace of your learning journey. No rush, no pressure. Just you and the wealth of knowledge waiting to be unlocked. What's on the agenda, you ask? We've got it all covered. From the foundational principles to the advanced strategies, this course is your comprehensive guide. Crafted by industry experts, it's a virtual toolbox equipping you with the skills needed to ensure seamless product tracking and delivery. Who are your mentors? Seasoned professionals with a track record in the field. They're not just instructors, they're your guides, ready to assist you every step of the way. Still not convinced? Hear it from those who've been in your shoes. Our students rave about the course, praising its effectiveness and real-world applicability. Now, let's talk numbers. Affordable? Absolutely. This opportunity to enhance your skills won't break the bank. Ready to dive into the world of SAP ATTP? Head over to our course page where a treasure trove of knowledge awaits. Sign up now and take control of your learning journey. For more detailed insights into the training curriculum and formats, visit ZaranTech's website below.